Johnny Walker. Thanks. Yes, Mshololo.
Ms. Mhlahlo, let's start with Exhibit D. Of your qualifications and skills. Am I correct to say the total number of experience you have in the SAPS is 22 years?
Ndi nyanseleke xa ndisithi iminyaka iyonke okanye iphelele onayo esipoliseni ngama-22. That is indeed correct, my lord.
Okay. So how many years of experience as an ordinary police officer, not as a criminal record crime scene management?
Na njengepolisa ke ipolisa ke liqhelekileyo okanye lesiqhelo ke hayi kwelicala ke criminal crime scene management kodwa nje liqhele imingaphi iminyaka kwelo cala.
E2 if you minus akula 22.
If you minus from the 22, it's 2.
And sisusa lo 18 engisebenza ngawo ku criminal record crime scene management.
And we also minus the 18 years that I've been working the criminal record center.
Okay, so it's 2 years as an ordinary police officer plus 18 years as LCRC. Am I correct?
Mibini ulipolisa ibe 18 ku LCRC. That is correct, my lord.
Okay, then in total that will be 20 years of experience.
Could be 20 there.
22 years. Na 22 years esiphoyiseni. Kule 22 years, 18 yayo nisebenza ku crime scene management.
I have 22 years experience in the police service, and then of those 22, 18 of those 22
I haven't checked my formation of Lieutenant Colonel Thobeka Mhlahlo to continue with the lawyers representing.
Practically, as
yes, my lord.
yeah, do you agree with me that a course can be a one-day course, a week course, or a month course? Am I correct?
Because ingathathi ingalusuku, ingayiveki, ingayinyanga.
Kuxhomekeka kwi-course oyenzayo mhlekazi.
Depends on the course that you are attending.
Yeah, because this one, you know it. You are the one who studied it, who attended it. What was the duration of study in this course that is referred to in paragraph 3?
Na njengoba apha ke uyayazi wena nguwe wawuphayana yayilixesha engakanani leyo.
Ukwenza yonke lama course mhlekazi kunithathe 3 years.
To attend to all these courses took me 3 years.
Okay. The one, firstly with the one in Pretoria. You see that first one on the same paragraph. You see that one? And the second one is from Western Cape. And the third one is Criminal Center, Pretoria, Protea.
Yeah. I see them.
Okay. So were you attending them in one institution or separately? How did you attend them?
Attend njani kwiziko elinye okanye ngokwahlukeneyo?
The attended advance Pretoria mhlekazi.
I attended the advanced in Pretoria.
Okay, at a time or simultaneous with other courses?
Ngexesha elithile okanye ngaxeshanye kunye nezinye?
Not ngaxeshanye mhlekazi.
Not at the same time.
Okay, when did you attend this one for Protea? In which year, in other words?
Protea or Pretoria? She said Pretoria.
Yeah, the one right now I'm referring to the one for Protea.
Uchukuza ke Protea.
When? In which year did you attend that?
Protea mhlekazi ndichazile apho ukuthi nje attende theoretical and practical. Protea bensenza ama practicals.
In Protea I was doing practicals. I did explain that there, that one, it was theoretical
and practical.
And practical.
In which year?
Gopunyaka.
Ndiqale ngo-2005 ukwenza amakhosi wami mhlekazi.
I started my courses or to attend my courses in 2005, my lord.
To where?
Oh, kuyotsho okanye ukufikelela
Ku-2008.
up to 2008.
Okay. And the one, are they all inclusive in these years, or you also attended the others on separate years?
Ingaba zonke zikule minyaka okanye uyenda kwezinye kweminye iminyaka.
The one in Pretoria and the one for Western Cape?
Le yase Pretoria kakunye nale yase Western Cape.
Zikule minyaka mhlekazi.
They are in these years.
Oh, okay. Am I correct that these causes that we have referred to here, they are in-service courses that are conducted internally within the department?
Zikho sike zangaphakathi kwisebe andithi?
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
That's correct.
Okay. Other than these courses, you don't have any other courses passed outside the SAPS, meaning from any other institution?
Ngaphandle kwezi ke ngokuzangaphakathi esipoliseni awunazo ezangaphandle kwamanye amaziko owazihambayo.
Endinawo amakhosi endihambile ngala asesipoliseni mhlekazi.
The courses that I have and that I attended are the ones within the police service.
Only?
Kuphela.
Anxulumene nomsebenzi wami mhlekazi.
Which are related to my job.
Oh, okay. And also, you will agree with me that all these courses are not accredited in terms of SAQA, in terms of South African Qualifications Act.
Zonke isikhosi ke ngoku kusakho lona ngaba ayizokhosi ongathi ke bayazi accredita bona.
Andizuvumelana nawe xa usisho njalo mhlekazi because isiphoyisa besingeke sisiqeqeshe kanti lamakhosi awekho accredited.
I will disagree with you because there is no way that the police service was going to train us if their courses were not accredited.
No, you don't have to disagree with me. I'm just asking, if you say they are accredited, just say that. I'm asking from you.
Ndibuza kuwe ke hayi kuba ngaba uthi awuvumelani nami uba accredited uzawutsho uba awekho utsho.
Inoba i-HRD ngabazi ukuzochaza ke mhlekazi.
HRD will be able to come and explain.
Okay. Paragraph 4 of the same exhibit. You also mentioned that you were trained by experienced experts. You see that one?
Kulapho uchazayo nakhona ke okokuba ngaba waqeqeshwa zingcali ezinamava.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
That is correct, my lord.
Those people who trained you, were they qualified or they were trained experts?
Abantu bakuqeqeshayo ukuba ngaba uyazi uba ngabantu ababe qualified kusini na okanye ngabantu ababe trainiwe nabo ukuba ngaba uyazi.
Ndizawuthi ba qualified because ngaba babestrain mhlekazi.
I would say that they were qualified because they were the ones who were training us, my lord.
Okay. As a result of that, in paragraph 5, because of receiving the training from the qualified expert, you are now an expert. As per paragraph 5.
Basha ku paragraph 5 ke ngoku emveni kwako oko okanye ngenxeni yoko wabe senawe ke ngoku wafumana ke ngoku ukuba ngaba uyingcali okanye uyingcaphephe nawe emveni koqeqesho owalifumanayo.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay. Then let's move on to paragraph 8. As I read what is contained in paragraph 8, so it means Mr. Mosia conducted first investigation on the 26th of October, and you came on the 27th of October, am I correct?
Bandifunda ke phaya kulamqolo wesibhozo into ethetha uba ngaba umsiya yena waqala ngophando kusuku olungaphambili lwange-26 walandela ke wena ke nge-27.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay. When you arrived at the scene, where was Mr. Mosia? Did you arrive together? Or how did you arrive?
Xa ufika ke kwindawo lena ke xhwayelo wayephi umsiya nafika kunye okanye wayephi wena xa ufika?
Ndamfumana kwindawo yoxhayelo.
I found him on the scene, my lord.
Okay. And then let's move on to paragraph 8 of Exhibit D. You said, okay, maybe let me just read everything, my lord. You said, I further, oh, sorry, it's not paragraph 8, it's not separate paragraph, it's a continuation of paragraph 8 on the following page. You see that line. It says, we agreed that Mr. Mosia will proceed with forensic investigation as he started with it already on his first visit, and I focused on the photography and fingerprints investigation. I then documented the crime scene by means of photographs, rough sketch, and crime scene report, and also conducted fingerprint investigation. Do you see that one?
Ebona ke apho qala khona banayi navumelana ba umsiya aqhubeke ngoba beseqalile waze wena waqhubeka ngokufota nokhangela ke futhi ne fingerprints kwase kuthi ke lonto okanye isimo okanye ubume bendawo leyo yesiganeko wathatha ifoto iziketchi kwakunye nengxelo okanye crime scene report ne kwakunye fingerprint investigation.
That's
correct, my lord.
So in other words, do I understand it correctly to say you are the one who was responsible and who for taking the fingerprints at the scene?
Ingaba ndikuva kakuhle ke ngokuba ngaba yayiluxanduva lwakho ukulandela okanye ke ukufumanisa imino okanye insalela zemino ifingerprints. That is correct, my lord.
Okay. And all the fingerprints that were lifted in the house, they were conducted by yourselves?
Yonke imino yafumanekayo ke okanye fingerprints ezafumanekayo phaya endlini kwenziwa nguwe oko. That's correct, my lord.
And it is your evidence also that when you arrived at the scene, you were given report by Colonel Zwane, if I'm not mistaken.
Uchilo nokuba ngaba xa nifika okanye kufikeni kwenu phayana ke umuntu owaye wanichazela uba kwenzeka ntoni na nguKolonel Zwane. That is correct, my lord.
And also you were informed about the door that was used by the intruder. Is that correct?
Noxango olu abangena ngalo aba kuthiwa bangena endlini naluboniso. That is correct, my lord.
Did you take any fingerprints from that door?
Kolo uxango olo ngaba ikhona imino eyathathwayo?
Investigate.
I powdered it, I did investigate the door.
Okay, did you receive the results?
Iziphumo wazifumana. There were no prints with them.
Okay. In your report, because you lifted, you say you took the samples, am I correct? Do I understand you correct?
Which sample was that?
Samples
of what?
For the door that was used by the intruder. What did you say? You said, what did you take? What did you do?
Investigator for fingerprint.
I investigated for fingerprints.
By doing what?
Powder crime scene.
By powdering the crime scene.
Yes. And then photos of that?
If photos oko.
Were there any photos of that as evidence to show that this was done like any other exhibits?
If
inkundla iyanivumela ngicela ukucacisa indaba ye fingerprint uba isebenza kanjani.
If the court will allow me, I would like to explain, my lord.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Enkosi mhlekazi. Xa ufika ku crime scene, uchecka ama fingerprint, usebenzisa i-powder, usebenzisa i-brush. Kudepende ukuthi i-surface leyo injani oyipowderayo.
When you arrive at the crime scene, looking for fingerprints, you check, you use a brush, you use the powder, and also depending on the surface as to how it is.
But phambi koba uzawupowder kune torch light source esiyisebenzisayo to search for ama fingerprint.
But before doing that, there is a torch light source that we make use of to check for fingerprints.
Then upowdera crime scene yakho.
You then powder the crime scene.
If akunama fingerprint owafumanayo.
Okay.
If there are no fingerprints that you find,
you don't lift anything.
Akukho okuphakamisayo.
Kodwa if unama fingerprint afumanekayo.
But if there are fingerprints found,
kulapho ke ngokuwa capture khona.
That is where you capture them.
Kuba evidence yakho leyo.
Because that's your evidence.
Osebenza ngayo.
That you work with.
Okay. So it is your evidence that from the door you couldn't detect any fingerprints.
Bubungqina bakho ke uba ngaba phaa kolwaa cango oluyana zange kufumaneke nto.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
That is correct, my lord.
Okay. Mr. Musia, when he was asked if were any fingerprints that were taken from the door, he said no. There were no fingerprints that were taken.
Ekubuzweni kwakhe uMusia uba ngaba ikhona na iminwe eyathathwayo phaya kolwaa cango yena waphendula ngelithi hayi.
In other words, he did not mention that there was that preliminary test that you are saying that you have to do first before you could see if there was any fingerprints to be lifted or not.
My understanding is that Musia was in charge of the swabbing, and the question was whether did she conduct any swabbing there on the kitchen door, and he said no. He did not, as I understand the evidence, speak on behalf of this witness.
No, but the question is ambiguous. When Musia says there were no fingerprints taken, it means there were no fingerprints. There was none. That's another meaning of that. So it doesn't mean this lady, the witness, did not conduct the tests. However, fingerprints are taken. It doesn't follow that there were no tests made. For him to come to that conclusion, the possibility is there were tests, fluorescent tests, which she conducted. Okay.
Thank you, my lord. Is the question disallowed, my lord?
No, it's not disallowed.
Okay.
I'm just expanding on you saying that, insinuating actually in your examination that Musia says there were no fingerprints taken.
Okay.
Meaning that no tests were done. That's one aspect of it also. That's why I say it is ambiguous.
My question is, Ms. Mhlahlo, Mr. Musia, when he testified, he said there were no fingerprints taken, but he did not specify that there were those preliminary tests that were applied first, which caused the fingerprints not to be taken. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I hear you, my lord.
Yeah. He never said so. He never said what you are telling the court now, that the powder and other skills were applied before, which caused the fingerprints not to be lifted.
Inkqubo le uthetha ngayo wena wayenzayo ukupowder usebenzisa ibrush akhange ayikhankanye uMsiya yena loo nto.
Andinakwazi ukuphendulela uMsiya mhlekazi.
I'm unable to answer on behalf of Musia.
Okay. When you arrived at the scene, how many police officers did you find inside the house?
Ekufikeni kwakho phayana mangapha amapolisa owawafumana phakathi endlini.
Kwangenamapolisa endlini mhlekazi, ndafumana uZwane noMsiya babeme egeyitini.
There were no police officers inside the house. I found Zwane and Musia. They were standing outside at the gate.
Okay. Do I understand correctly that you were a senior member to Mr. Musia when you arrived at the scene?
Ngokwesikhundla ke wawungenhla kuMusia ekufika lamini xa wawufika pha kwiscene. That is correct, my lord.
Okay. Am I correct to understand that you and Mr. Musia, you are from the same unit?
Ndiva kakuhle uba ngaba wena noMusia nikwi-unity enye. That is correct, my lord.
Thank you. Mr. Musia was a junior member to you at the time because he testified that he was a constable at that particular time, and you were sergeant or warrant?
Wayengezantsi kuwe ngesikhundla uMusia ngoba wayeyi-constable yena ngelaa xesha wena isikhundla sakho sisithini?
Ndandiyi-warrant officer.
Warrant officer.
Yes. So that one is above constable, am I correct?
Ingenhla kwe-constable andithi. Yes, it is, my lord.
Okay. And Colonel Matidze, did he join you as you were raiding the scene, or he remained outside?
Ingaba ke waye waba kunye nani wanijoyina nayo Colonel Matidze okanye washiyeka ngaphandle yena?
Wayeshiyeke ngaphandle mhlekazi.
He remained outside, my lord.
Okay. So a senior member there in that team, it was yourself, Ms. Mhlahlo, am I correct?
kula team yayinguwe wawusenior.
Kwicala le-crime scene management ewe kwakundim.
Yes, on the side of crime scene management, it was myself,
Kodwa kumaphoyisa kwakungu-Lieutenant Zwane,
But-
owayeyi-detective.
but from the police, it was Lieutenant Zwane who was a detective.
Okay. And you decided that Mr. Musia, as much as he had done first investigation, but he should proceed as a junior member at the crime scene.
Kodwa ke nathatha isigqibo sokuba ngaba ke na njengoba ebeseleqalile umsiya noxa nje wayengezansi kuni ngokwesikhundla kodwa makaqhubekeke.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
That is correct, my lord.
And Mr. Musia testified that one of the reasons that made him to stop investigation on the first visit is because he was waiting for the management team, my lord, if I can refer to it. He was waiting for the management team or for the other team that was going to come and assist him.
Task team.
Task team, thank you, that's the correct word, task team.
Kodwa ke umsiya yena kubungqina bakhe uthe isizathu soba ngaqhubekeki kusuka ngaphambili soba ngaba njengoba wayeseqalile nje kodwa ke ame kungoba waye wale kwakufuneka okanye waye walindela ba kufike i-task team.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
That is correct, my lord.
So you were the task team that Mr. Musia was waiting for.
So wena ke wawukula task team okanye wawulinxane enye la task team awayilindile umsiya.
Kunjalo
That
mhlekazi.
is correct, my lord.
Okay. And you delegated duties to the same person who had ceased to do investigation waiting for you.
Kwalomuntu mnye oye wathatha isigqibo kusuka ngaphambili sokuba ngaqhubekeki alinde wena okanye alinde nina i-team yenu wakubona ba wena mawusose unika yena.
Iyo lento senza a further investigation mhlekazi naye umsiya.
Which is why we did further investigation together with Musia.
If inkundla iyaqaphela kunezinto umsiya wayengazenzanga.
If the court will notice, my lord, or observe, there are certain things that Musia didn't do,
Sazenza so wazenza xa sendikhona.
and he did those in my presence.
Okay, why?
Ngoba kutheni?
Why did he only conduct those investigations in your presence?
Intoni ebangaba azenze xa ukhona?
Were you the one who were giving instructions, in other words,
Yayinguwe
to him on
owumyalelo-
what
oh,
to
sorry.
do, or you were just taking photos as you have testified?
Ingaba yayinguwe umyalelo bangaba makathini na okanye wawufota njena njengoba kuchilo.
Njengoba ngitshilo mhlekazi uba sasebenza as a team.
As I've already said, my lord, that we were working as a team,
Ene uthe xa ke chaza ukuthi ngephi investigation eseke yenzile.
and once, well, after he had told us or informed us as to which investigation had he started or done,
Kwafuna ukuthi siqhubeke nge-DNA ngoba wayengayenzanga.
then we had to proceed with the DNA because he hadn't done that.
Yes, but also Mr. Musia, as he was taking those DNA, was he instructed by yourself or by any member of the team, or it came of his own mind that he must conduct those investigations?
Xa wayeyenza ke lo DNA leyo yinto awazenzela ngokunokwakhe okanye wayesenza into ayixelelwa ngomnye wenu njengoba ngabanani bathathu nguwe nguzwane naye, so wenza into ephuma kuye okanye wenza into ayixelelwa nini?
No wayengaxelelwa ngumuntu wayezenzela mhlekazi.
No, he wasn't told or instructed by anyone. He was doing it by himself.
Mina ndangisebenza naye.
I was just working with him.
Okay, so it means he conducted the investigation that he could have conducted without your assistance.
Into ethetha ukuthi wayewenza uphando awayenokulenza ungekho.
Wayengalenza ndingekho mhlekazi.
He could have done it in my absence, my lord,
Thank you very much.
Kodwa wayengenawo ama-torch okwasebenzisa.
but he didn't have the torches to use.
Okay. He also, Mr. Musia, testified that the camera that he used was not of good quality. And he waited for the task team to come so that he can be assisted.
Uchilo
You
ke
understand
nokokuba ngaba ikamera lena awayisebenzisa yayingekho noko kwinqanaba elilo ngingako okanye yiloo nto abangaba ke makalinde i-task team.
Andinakwazi ukuyingqina yekhamera mhlekazi.
I wouldn't be able to attest with regards to the camera.
Okay, but at the scene when you were conducting the investigation, is it correct that Mr. Musia had his own camera and you also had your own camera?
Kodwa ke nanjengoba usewukhona ke ngoku linene na elokuba ngaba wayene camera yakhe nawe une yakho.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
That is correct, my lord.
And they were both functioning.
Zombini zazisebenza
Ngokolwazi kwami mhlekazi.
according to my knowledge, my lord.
Okay, okay, thank you. From the report that you received when you arrived at the scene, were you also informed that about the intruders' direction that they took immediately after the shooting incident?
Ekufikeni kwenu okanye ekufikeni kwakho ke ingaba wachazelwa kusini na mayela ke nenkalo abaphuma babheka ngakuyo okanye icala abaphuma babheka ngakulo aba babini ukuthi ababengene endlini?
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, what was said?
Kwathiwani?
Kwathiwa xa gqiba kwenzeka isiganeko baphumile behlisa ngestrato.
It was said that after the commission of the crime, my lord, of the offense, they went out of the house and went down the street
Yes.
Batshona ngasepakini.
and went towards the park.
Okay, did you take pictures of that street?
Istrato
And the
eso
pictures
ngaba
of
was
that park?
sorry.
Sorry.
No. Ingaba istrato eso was photo?
Anzange ndasifota mhlekazi.
No, I didn't, my lord.
And the park?
The park?
Anzange ndayifota
No, my
mhlekazi.
lord.
Why? Are
No
they-
bangela?
I-crime scene yami yayikuleya ndlu mhlekazi, not estratweni.
My crime scene was at that house, not in the street.
Oh, okay. According to your knowledge, the street and the park did not form part of the crime scene.
Ngokolwazi lwakho, istrato nepark yayingeyonxalenye ye-crime scene.
No, yayingeyo inxalenye yale crime scene yami mhlekazi.
No, it wasn't part of my crime scene.
Okay. It is your evidence that when you firstly arrived at the scene, you inspected the premises of the Khumalo homestead.
Uchilo okokuba ngaba ekufikeni kwenu phaya naqale najonga apha eyadini kwaKhumalo.
Ewe kunjalo
That
mhlekazi.
is correct, my lord.
Okay. Was it fenced?
Kwakubiyelwe.
Ewe kwakunodonga mhlekazi.
Yes, there was a wall right around,
Did you take
Kodwa
the
igate
pictures?
yayingekho.
but there was no gate. Sorry.
Did you take the pictures of the wall around the house?
Idonga eli uthetha ngalo lalibiyele indlu lena ke ngaba walifota lona?
Ndathatha indlu mhlekazi.
I took pictures of the house, my lord.
Okay, so what's the answer? You did not take the pictures of the wall surrounding the house.
Udonga zange ulifota.
No, anzange ndalifota udonga kodwa liyabonakala ku-photo number 7 and photo number 8.
No, my lord, but it appears on photo number 7 and number 8,
Photo 3, photo 4,
3 and 4,
photo 5 and 6.
5 and 6.
Idonga liyabona ingxenye yedonga iyabonakala.
A part of the wall is visible there.
Okay. Why didn't you take, did I miss the answer or I'm repeating the question, why didn't you take the pictures of the four corners of the wall fencing the Khumalo homestead? Is there any reason?
Ngaba sikhona na isizathu esabanga ngaba ungalifoti lonke ladonga okanye ke ikona zone zoladonga lubiyele umzi wakwaKhumalo?
Isehlakalo senzeka endlini
The incident happened in the house,
ngaphakathi,
inside,
hayi ngaphandle.
not outside,
Iyo lento ndithathe indlu ngobunjalo bayo.
which is then why I took pictures of the house as is.
Ngoba kuthiwe ukufumana kwethu information isini yenzeka ngaphakathi, isehlakalo senzeka ngaphakathi endlini.
Because when we received the information, we were informed that the incident occurred inside the house.
Okay, so in other words, according to your knowledge, skills and expertise, you did not consider as it necessary to take the pictures of the wall and also to take measurements of the wall.
Ngokolwazi lwakho ke ukwazi kwakho umsebenzi wakho awuzange uyibone eyimfuneko into yoba ngaba ke ulifota udonga nokungaba futhi uthathe ke imilinganiselo yodonga oluya.
Ubaba kuthiwe abantu baye batsiba edongeni mhlekazi, ndanizawuyenza lonto kodwa kwathiwa abantu baphume ngegate babaleka.
If I was informed that these people had jumped the wall, I would have done that, but I was informed that the people made use of the gate, went out of the gate and ran.
Okay, so as a result of that, you did not think that the walls form part of the crime scene.
Ngenxeni yoko ke wayibona bangaba ke udonga olu alisiyonxalenye ye crime scene.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
That is correct, my lord.
And you said how many exit gates were there?
Zazingaphi igate zokuphuma ezaziphaya?
Inye mhlekazi.
Only one, my lord.
Okay. There is also evidence. Okay, sorry, my lord, can I just rephrase? In photo number 4, that you have just referred this court to, depicts the wall between the two houses. You see that one?
Kunodonga ke lohlula ezi zindlu zimbini. Uyalibona?
Ewe ndiyalibona
Yes, I
mhlekazi.
do, my lord.
Did you take measurements of that wall?
Wawuthatha umlinganiselo wola donga ole?
Anzange ndalithatha mhlekazi.
No, I didn't, my lord.
Why?
Ngoba kutheni?
Ngoba yengekho information enxulumanisa isiganeko nebonda mhlekazi.
There was no information that linked or connected the incident together with the wall.
From the report that you received?
Kwingxelo owayifumanayo.
Kunjalo
That
mhlekazi.
is correct, my lord.
Okay, let me get clarity here. When you arrived at the scene conducting the investigation, do you conduct investigation only as per the report that we have been given, or you also apply your knowledge and skills to conduct the investigations at the
Xa
scene?
usenza uphando ufika ke kwindawo yoxhayelo usenza uphando lwakho ulenza ngokwengxelo leyo othe wayinikwa wayichazelwa okanye ukwasebenzisa nolwakho ke ulwazi okanye wakho amava.
Ndimamela ingxelo then nami ndisebenzisa amamava.
I listen to the report and also make use of my experience.
Okay. So, from your knowledge and skills and expertise, you did not think that it was necessary to measure that wall. Is that
Amava akho kulwazi lwakho onalo awuzange uyibone iyimfuneko into yoba ngaba ke uthathe imilinganiselo kola donga.
Njengokuba nisitsho mhlekazi ukuthi sasingekho isizathu sokuthi ngithathe ubonda ngoba abantu kwathiwa baphume ngegate.
As I've already mentioned, my lord, that there was no need to take measurements of the wall because I was informed that the people exited through the gate.
okay? Let's move on from the report. The report was given to you by Mr. Mosia, am I correct?
Ngumsiya owafika wachazela uba kwenzeke ntoni xa ufika koqala.
Lieutenant Zwane.
Zwane.
Lieutenant Zwane.
Oh, thank you. From the report that you received from Lieutenant Zwane, were you informed that Khumalo picked up one of the exhibits and showed it to the police that this is the exhibit that was worn by the suspect? Did you receive such a report?
Ekufikeni kwakho nakwingxelo owathi wayifumana okanye nathi nayifumana ingaba waboniswa okanye waxelelwa na uba ngaba uMakhumalo waphakamisa oku wakubonisa amapolisa wathi yenye yezinto ebinxitywe ngomnye wabarhanelwa le.
Anzange ndayifumana loo ngxelo mhlekazi.
I never received such a report, my lord.
And according to your knowledge as a member of both SAPS and as an expert, if such an occurrence happened at the scene, that occurrence will have to be recorded in statements. Am I correct?
Na njengoba ke umacala omabini usesipoliseni ukwayiyo nengcali uba ngaba into enjalo yenzekile enjengale ngokubuzwa ngayo wathi zange wayixelelwa into leyo ekufanele bangaba ibhalwa phansi.
Kunjalo
That
mhlekazi.
is correct, my lord.
And also, it's a report that ought to, you as experts arriving at the scene, that you ought to have been informed about.
Kwaye futhi sisehlakalo okanye sisiganeko ekwakumele ba xa nifika nixelelwe ngaso.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
Yes, that is correct, my lord.
Okay. Before we come to the tampering with the crime scene, Lieutenant Colonel Mhlahlo, can you tell us, from your knowledge, what is expected of the members of the SAPS when they arrive at the scene to safeguard and to make sure that exhibits are secured?
Ngaphambi koba siye ke kuphazanyiso okanye kwi-tampering eyenzekayo ke kwindawo le yesiganeko na njengepolisa ke elinamava ke yintoni elindelekileyo uba ngaba yenziwe ngamapolisa xa efika kwindawo yesiganeko ukuqinisekisa ukuba ngaba ke indawo leyo yesiganeko isafeguardiwe ngamanye amagama ke ikhuselekile?
Ndicela ukuphendula mhlekazi kwiside le forensic.
I would like to answer on the side of forensic, my lord.
Yes.
Xa ufika kwindawo yesiganeko kunama-member,
When you arrive at the crime scene and there are members,
uzozi-introducer,
you introduce yourself,
then bakubriefe ukuthi kwenzakaleni,
they then brief you as to what happened.
then isini seyinikezelwa kuwe ukuthi uyi-investigate.
The scene is then handed over to you to investigate.
Xa u-investigator, u-investigator nabo.
When you investigate, you do that with them.
That's all. You don't know anything about securing the crime scene. How is crime scene secured at the
Secure the
scene
crime scene, I wasn't
as a police officer?
Yenziwe.
Yeah, how is the crime scene secured?
Is secured or kanjani?
Yes, by
Kufanele kufakwe
police.
i-tape.
A tape.
Befika amaphoyisa.
When the police arrived, they needed to make use of a tape.
Kungabikho abantu abangenayo.
No people should be allowed to enter.
Yes.
If kunabantu abangaphakathi babakhuphele ngaphandle.
If there are people inside, they need to take them out.
What else?
Into nenye?
Bajonge isini ukuthi ngabikho ilento i-movement ngaphandle ngalento ngaphakathi.
They keep watch over the scene to make sure that there's no movement inside
Until isini investigate igqike.
until it is investigated and completed.
In other words, they have to remain at the scene
Into ethetha ukuthi bahlale babe phaya.
to safeguard.
That is correct.
To safeguard and to prevent any tampering with exhibits. Am I correct?
Ukuyigada ke uba ngaba ikhuseleke kwaye futhi kungaphazanyiswana nobungqina okanye tampering.
Kunjalo
That
mhlekazi.
is correct, my lord.
In this crime scene now, I'm talking about this crime scene that you attended on the 27th of October. Did you receive the report that there is a person by the name of Mr. Khumalo who was at some stage after the incident left in control of the house and left with the keys for the house?
Ekufikeni kwenu phayana ingaba waxalelwa na okokuba ngaba ke emveni koba ngaba isiganeko esisathi senzeka kunomnumzana uKhumalo owashiywa nesitshixo okokuba ngaba ke makajonge indlu ya wayixalelwa na lonto leyo?
Anzange ndayifumana lo ngxelo mhlekazi.
I never received such a report, my lord.
Okay. And also, do you confirm that if there had been such occurrence, that also ought to have been reported to you as a specialist and also ought to have been recorded from the statements of the police officers who attended the scene?
Nokuba ngaba ke into enjalo kwakumele bangaba uyixelelwe ke njenge specialist nokuba lonto leyo kwakumele bangaba ke okanye kufanele bangaba ibhaliwe phansi kwi statement.
If ndandiyixelelwe mhlekazi ndanzayibhala kwi-statement sam.
If I was informed of such, I would have documented it in my statement.
And also the police officers who arrived first, if they had received such information, that information was very crucial. It ought to have been recorded in the statement so that it can be investigated properly.
Naleyo kuba ngaba ke amapolisa la afika kuqala wona ke kuba ngaba information leyo njalo ayinayo kwakumele ayibhale phansi nawo.
Mhlawumbe kwi-statement zabo mhlekazi.
Maybe in their statements, my lord.
Yeah, thank you. And also, do you agree with me that if a person is left in control of the house, which is the crime scene that I'm referring to, and having keys left alone to take control of that house, there may be a possibility of that person removing and placing the exhibits at the crime scene. In other words, there is a possibility of that person interfering with the crime scene because he was left with the keys. He was left in control of the house.
Neyokuba ngaba ke masithi njengoba ngaba besuchazele ukuba ngaba ke kunalo mnumzana uKhumalo washiywe nezijixo. Uba ngaba ke ngoku akhona amathuba kanye kungenzeka into yokuba ngaba umuntu onjalo ngoba lo muntu unezijixo zalendlu angangena phakulandlu angavula angasusa into ethile abeke into ethile ngamagama angaphazamisana nobungqina obukhoyo phaya.
Andazi noba inkundla ifuna ndiphawule kulonto or ifuna pendule na.
I don't know whether the court would like me to comment on that, my lord.
If you can respond, Lieutenant Colonel, from your knowledge and from your skills and experience. I'm not saying you are the one who gave the keys. I'm not saying that you know the knowledge of Mr. Khumalo. I am saying if a a person is left in control of the house without the presence of the police, there is a possibility that that person can interfere, place or remove the exhibits inside the house.
And
There is a
it-
possibility.
Andithi unolwazi, andithi wamnika uKhumalo isitshixo, andithi mawuyazi into ecingwa nguKhumalo, kodwa ndithi kungenzeka ngoba lo muntu kaloku izitshixo zikuye zalendlu. Angangena angasusa into ethile abeke into ethile.
No comment on that.
Akukho engakusho kulokho.
Very good. Good answer. Let's move on to photo number 18 and 19 of your photo album. Photo 18 and 19, I think you can see it from your exhibit there in front of you. Okay. They both depict the bullet hole from the door. Am I correct?
Zombini ke eziphoto zibonakalisa ke umngxunya lo wembumbulu ecangweni.
Kunjalo
That
Mhlekazi.
is correct, my lord.
Okay. Is there any investigation, any sort of investigation that was done on those two holes? Sorry, not on those two holes, in that hole that is depicted in two pictures.
Ngaba lukhona na uphando nokuba ngaba lolwaluphi na uhlobo olwenziwa lomngxunya obonakala apha kwezifoto ezimbini.
Or there was no need to do any investigation on that.
Okanye kwakungekho mfuneko yokuba ngaba ke kube khona uphando lwenziwayo phaya.
Ngaphandle kokuthatha izithombe nokujonga ukuthi lo monakalo uphumele ngaphandle or awuphumelanga ngaphandle ayikho enye investigation yenziwa.
Except for the taking pictures and also looking, my lord, as to whether where did the bullet or the hole lead to, no other investigation was done.
I-investigation esayenza kukujonga nje ukuthi lo monakalo uphelele phi.
The only investigation we did was to look as to the trajectory of this damage, my lord, as to where did it end up.
Okay. You did not take any piece of that hole, you did not do any swab, is that correct?
Anzange
In
nithathe
that
ipiece yolacango olya okanye nenze ke iswap kuyo.
Akunjalo asange sayithatha Mhlekazi.
No, we didn't.
Okay. And then let's move on to photo number 127 of the same exhibit. From your own words, you said what is depicted there is the bullet head. Am I correct?
Uthi ibullet head le andithi.
Kunjalo
That is
Mhlekazi.
correct, my lord.
What else is depicted there?
Into nenye ebonakalayo.
Licezu lomnyango Mhlekazi.
Yeah, it's a piece of the door, my lord.
Which door?
Ophi umnyango?
Lo owase kitchen
The kitchen door.
How do you know that?
Oh, kwazi kanjani oko?
iyafana le picture le elicezu liyafana nomnyango lento. Nomnyango.
It's the same, my lord. This piece looks exactly the same as the door.
Was it taken for examination to see if that piece is part of the door?
Engaba yathathwa na okokuba ngaba iyojongwa kanye iyovavanywa okokuba ngaba inxalenye yodonga sorry yocango kusini na.
Esipoliseni asinayo Mhlekazi i-unit evavanya ama piece of wood.
In the police service, we don't have a unit that tests or that examines piece of wood.
But do you agree with me that that piece of wood ought to have been taken, to be checked and compared if it belongs or if it's the part of the door?
Sorry, but this witness says in the police force, they don't have such a unit.
As the court
So,
pleases.
I mean, where do we do?
As the court pleases, my lord. Then from your own naked eyes, I put it to you that you are not a specialist. You cannot tell this court that that part of wood, which is depicted there, forms part of the door.
Awuso specialist ke ngokujonga njengamehlo akho awukho kwisimo sokuba ungathi lapha isibonakala phaya inxalenye yocango.
Ndiyavuma andiyo ingcali mhlekazi kodwa nakuthathatha uyabona angabona uba le piece iyafana nalo osemnyango.
I agree, I am not a specialist, but to any person, it is so obvious that that piece is exactly the same as that one on the door.
And I put it to you that without the report from a specialist who works with that examination, you cannot tell the court that it was part of that, of the door.
Kodwa ke ndithi kuwe ngaphandle kwengxelo yengcali ke esebenza ngako okuyana wena ngokunokwakho awunakuyixelela lenkundla ba inxalenye.
Umnyango uhluphukile kunepisi esecanga komnyango ziyafana ezinto if ujonga lo mnyango ku page ku photo number 19 nale piece eku 127 ziyafana ncamashi mhlekazi noma ndingeyosiso specialist.
My lord, yes, I am not a specialist, but if you look on photo 19 and the piece on photo 127, even if I am not a specialist, it is exactly the same.
But I'm also telling you that you are not qualified to give that report. Let's move on. Did you measure that piece?
Ngaba umlinganiselo wala piece okanye ke measurement
Which you are referring to it as a
Was
piece of wood depicted in photo number 127. What were the measurements of that wood?
Yathathwa i-measurements zala piece.
Anzange ndazithatha mhlekazi.
No, I didn't.
We don't even know how long was it.
Awuyazi noma yayinde kangakanani na?
Anzange ndayimeasure mhlekazi.
No, I never measured it.
Okay, we don't even know the color. What was the color
Awazi nombala.
of that
Brown
piece?
mhlekazi.
It's brown.
Is that included in your statement?
Ekhona kwi-statement sakho.
Did you include it that you also recovered a piece of wood and explained the color, the size of the wood that you recovered or you saw?
Inkukatha zayo wazibhala kwi-statement sakho.
Uba ndandiyicollectile ndanzawusibhala kodwa ngoba nzange ndayicollector anzange ndasibhala mhlekazi.
If I had collected that piece, I would have written those details, but because I didn't, so I didn't.
Why you omitted to include such crucial information? That's crucial evidence.
Ngaba yintoni ke bangaba ke ubungqina obubaluleke kangaka ungabufaki?
You also failed to record it anywhere.
Akhona lapho wayibhala khona.
Kwicala lam le forensic investigation mhlekazi bendiba ndichazele lenkundla ukuthi le piece ayina evidential value and nangoku ndiqaba kutsho uba esiphoyiseni asinayo i-department apho uthatha khona ama-wood uwasekhona ukuthi ayotest.
I did say to this court that in my forensic investigation, this was of no evidential value, and I just explained to the court that in the police service, we don't have a unit where you take wood to, or that you can take wood to.
Yeah. But my question now, right now, it's not about taking the exhibit and referring it to the site. I am saying, did you include that in your statement, that you recovered a piece of wood, clarifying the color and the size? That's what I was saying to you.
Endikubuzayo kuba ngaba ke statement sakho wabhala nangayo la piece uchaza ke umbala wayo.
Anzange ndabhala mhlekazi.
Thank you.
I never wrote.
Thank you. And you, oh, sorry, my lord. Let's, okay, can we just quickly go to the pictures depicting the alcohol cans? I think because it's your photo album, you can assist me quickly, those pictures. Yeah, 121, 122, 119, yes, all those. I think they're depicting one and the same items. Do you see those cans?
Yes, my lord.
Okay. You found them when you arrived at the scene, am I correct?
Ezinkonxa eziwazifumana xana nifika phaya kunjalo? That is correct.
Whose idea, who came with the idea that they form part of the evidence and that there must be exhibits like swabs that were done or any kind of investigations to be done on them?
Yaba luluvo okanye umbono kabani okokuba ngaba mazibe yinxalenye yobungqina kwaye futhi ke kwenziwe ke uphando phaya kuzo.
Kwakungumbono wethu nomsiya Mhlekazi.
I was together with Msia, my lord.
Yeah, okay. Can you just specify now? I want clarity because Masia had visited the crime scene. He did not lift anything up there. Okay? He did not conduct any investigation on those cans.
Ndifuna ke ngokucacela ngoba ebeyile okanye wayeyile eqala phaya uMsia zange enze into kwezatoti eziya.
So that's why I'm asking specifically that upon whose instruction that there must be an investigation which needed to be done or conducted from those two exhibits.
Kungoko ke ndibuza ukuba ngaba yaba kumyalelo kabani na ukuba ngaba ke makwenza uphando kwezatoti.
Xa kwenziwa investigation akubi ne-instruction Mhlekazi.
When an investigation is done, there are no instructions.
Okay.
Nisebenza ngokubonisana.
You work by having exchanging of views.
So you cannot tell this court exactly as to who came with the idea that there must be an investigation to be conducted there. You can't tell the court. It was the team.
Awungeke uyixelele enkundla uba yaba luluvo likabani kanye yeza nabani loo nto leyo.
Kwakulolwethu sobabini Mhlekazi.
Both of us.
Who was the lead investigator?
Kubani investigator
Now we are a team. Now. We are a team. We are a senior member working with a junior. Who was the team investigator? Who was the lead investigator?
Nibabini okanye anibukho babini niliqela ni team kwaye futhi usebenza nomuntu ke oyijunior kuwe kodwa ngubani owayilead owayekhokela.
Umuntu responsible for forensic ngumsiya Mhlekazi.
The person that was responsible for the forensic was Musia.
Okay, so it was the junior who was assisting you in conducting the crime scene, the investigation at the crime scene.
Yeah, junior eyayincedisa wena kwi crime scene la.
Kwi crime scene asisebenzi ngobu senior or ubu junior Mhlekazi.
At the crime scene we don't work according to junior or senior.
Oh, okay, you can be led by a junior.
Ungakwazi ukukhokhela junior.
Sisebenza ngokubonisana.
We work by exchanging views.
Hayi ngama instructions.
Not according to instructions.
The reason why I keep on going back, it's because Mr. Masia had explained, had testified in this court that he had ceased investigation and he was waiting for the task team referring to you. And those cans were there, he could have done investigation. But he did not conduct any investigation, waiting for the task team. That's why I need clarity.
Unobangela obangaba ndimane ndikuyuva ke kungoba ke uMusia wayifikile phayana kazange enze into kwezatoti wathi ke wayelinde nina ke i-task team yiloo nto ndifuna ukucacelwa.
Yiyo lento ndicacisa Mhlekazi kule nkundla ukuba uMsiya yebo wayengayenzanga i-DNA wayengenzanga ilento yiyo lento senze i-further investigation naye kwizinto akangazenzanga.
Which is why then, my lord, I am also explaining to this court that yes, there are certain things that Musia didn't do, like DNA, which is the reason why we then proceeded with further investigations.
And that's why I'm asking you, how have you assisted Mr. Musia?
Ilo nto ke ndikubuza ke ngokuba ngaba wancedisa kanjani na uMsiya.
Ngokuqhubeka ndithathe izithombe conducted i-DNA Mhlekazi.
By proceeding and taking pictures, and he took a forensic, my lord, investigation.
And am I correct to say you are not the one who gave instructions that exhibits investigation should be done in those two cans? We are not the one.
Xa ndisithi ke ngoku ayisinguwe okanye ayizange benguwe owathi makwenze uphando kwezitoti ezi.
Kwakululuvo lwethu sobabini Mhlekazi.
It was both of us' idea, my lord.
And when you were receiving the training you received from the trained experience, did they tell you about the attitude, the effects of the positive and negative attitude in testifying in court? Did they train you about that?
I don't think I get it. Okay.
When you are receiving training, there is training that we have referred to, that we have received successfully in paragraph 3 and 4 of Exhibit D. In that training, did they train you about the effects of positive and negative attitude when you are giving evidence in court?
We don't fathom the relevance of that question. Perhaps if counsel can lay the basis, but at this point, my lord, we submit that it should be disallowed.
Yeah, what is that question to do with evidential proceedings like these ones
My Lord,
concerning a forensic expert or a forensic scene gatherer?
my Lord, I can rephrase that question, my Lord. However, can I just give a quick answer to say the reason why I'm referring the witness to those paragraphs, my Lord, it's because Mr. Mosia had testified.
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about whether she has been trained the consequences or the effects of giving positive and negative evidence.
It's because, my Lord,
That's what we are interrogating, not...
It's because, my Lord, the witness does not want to give answer whether it was him.
But that question
Or it was
is
Mr. Mosia.
that question it's a legal question. Who gives evidence and is trained on giving evidence? I know of judges and advocates who can't even give evidence, even after going to school for 5 years, 7 years.
My Lord, if she did not receive such training, she must say so. There is
Have
no
you received legal training, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you,
let's proceed.
Thank you, my Lord. It's better if it's coming from the witness. Let's move on, Ms. Mhlahlo. You testified that the brown envelope was used. You remember that evidence?
Utshilo ukuba kwasetshenziswa
To put in the exhibit.
If inkundla ingandireferela ukuthi itsho kweliphi ilento ityeli.
Which are you referring to exactly?
This is your evidence. You are the one who compiled that report. You testified about this. You referred this court to the envelope that was used to put the bullet that you recovered yourself on top of the cupboard, and you took pictures of that exhibit. That's the one I'm referring to.
And ithatha ke ngemvulopu le ubuthethe ngayo wena uchazela lenkundla ngayo uthi ile wafaka kuyo futhi imbumbulu.
In other words, it's part of your evidence,
Inxalenye
what
yobungqina
I'm
bakho.
referring you to.
Ewe envelope yasetyenziswa mhlekazi.
Yes, an envelope was used, my lord.
And it's in photo number 128 and 129.
Kule ku 128 na ku 129.
Ngiyotsho ku 130 ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
Up to 130 indeed, so my lord.
Yes. The brown envelope. Let's talk about the brown envelope. Oh, okay. My lord, before that, the witness was asked to bring the seal exhibit back. My lord, I would also like to have a sight, my lord. No.
That was...
Court's request.
Yes, you
Thank
can
you.
cross-examine after I have sought the explanation from the witness.
Oh, thank you, my lord. Now I'll proceed.
Please.
The brown envelope, Lieutenant Colonel, that was used to put the exhibit as depicted in picture number 128 is not the one that is prescribed in terms of the standing rules of the SAPS. Am I correct?
Envelope lena ke esetshenziswayo ayiyo lena iyo kanye ivumelekileyo ngokwasesipoliseni.
In other words, it was a brown envelope like this. I'm not saying that envelope was like this. I'm just saying it's a brown envelope like this, which is not prescribed like the seal bag, exhibit bags that comes with numbers and everything. Am I correct?
And ithi ke i-envelope efana naleya andithi yiyo but iyafana nje naleya ayikho ngokohlobo lwe-exhibit bag apho khona ine-seal numbers.
Ewe ayinayo seal number mhlekazi.
Yes, it doesn't have a seal number, my lord.
Okay. And that type of envelope, when you close it, it's not like the seal bag that after you had opened it, you cannot reseal it again. Am I correct?
Ayifani ke nengxowa lena ke yobungqina okokuba ngaba emveni koba uyivulile uyakwazi ukuphinde futhi uyivale.
Le envelope mhlekazi iba ngaphansi iba nento engathi iglue.
Underneath this envelope has got something that looks like glue.
We know it's the normal one. That one is the government one. Am I correct? It's the one provided by government.
Le ibuya kurhulumente le.
Kunjalo
That is
mhlekazi.
correct?
Yes.
I don't understand, sorry, I don't understand. You just put it to this witness that brown envelope which she used to put the bullet inside it is not prescribed in terms of the police rules or orders. Is that not what you said?
Yes, that's what I said, my lord.
Right. Now you are saying about this envelope, when he says it has glue, what are you saying when you put it to her?
Then in
You say it's a sort of
that envelope,
ordinary envelope which you just glue because it's textured with glue, like a letter you post when we didn't have cell phones.
can I proceed, my lord?
Now, I just want to understand, are you saying that envelope, she says it has a glue inside for her to attach the two lapels?
Yes, I heard that.
Because your assertion was that you, after using it, you cannot close it. You remember that?
Yes, my lord.
That's what you put to her.
Yes, my lord.
Now, she says the one she used, she can close. Am I quoting correct, ma'am?
ngapha ndichaza kakuhle nto ubuyithethile uba ngaba le ubuthethe ngeglue uba inele glue le idibanisa ukuze izokwazi uba izocikeka.
Kunjalo
That is
mhlekazi.
correct, my lord.
Yes, and that envelope is not the one, it's not the same like the one that is provided, the normal exhibit bag, that after you had sealed it, you cannot open other than damaging it. That was my question, my lord.
Ayifani ke ngoku nale isiqhelekileyo into efana ne-seal bag lena ukuba ngaba emveni koba uyivalile awukwazi uphinde uyivule ngaphandle kokuthi uyonakalisa.
In other words, what I'm saying is that the brown one, you can open it after it has been closed. Unlike the prescribed exhibit bag, which after you have sealed it, you cannot open it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Endikuthethayo
You cannot
kokuba
open the
ayifani
seal.
nale exhibit bag lena. I-exhibit bag lena emveni koba uyitywinile awukwazi uphinde uyivule kwakhona kodwa yona envelope lona emveni koba uyivalile ungaphinde uyivule kwakhona.
Xa uphinde uyivula izawubonakala ukuthi ivuliwe. Ewe i-envelope ayinayo i-serial number efana ne-exhibit bag.
Once you open it, it will be visible that it was open. But yes, the envelope doesn't have a serial number, just like the evidence bag.
And it also does not have the seal like the seal that is used in the prescribed seal bag.
Kwaye futhi ayinayo nale seal le ekule bag.
Njengoba ngitshilo ukuba i-envelope ayinayo i-seal number. So
Yes.
ayifani nale forensic bag. Le forensic bag xa uyijonga ine-forensic seal number.
As I've already said, that the envelope doesn't have a seal number, just like the forensic bag. If you look at the bag, the witness pointing to photo number 129, it has a seal number.
Kodwa i-envelope ngaphansi inalaa glue othi xa uyivalile ivaleke inqineke.
But the envelope itself, underneath it has that glue that after having closed it, and then it is tight.
And
it is closed.
that glue is not the same as the seal that is used in the prescribed seal bag.
Le glue lena ke uthetha ngayo ayifani ke ngoku nale seal lena okanye elitywina eli likule ngxowa.
Ewe azifani mhlekazi.
Yes, they are
And
not
you
the same.
further testified that the prescribed seal bag now, in terms of the standing rules of the SAPS, it can be broken by a sharp object. Am I
Usawutshilo
correct?
ukuba ngaba ke ingxowa lena iyakwazi ukuba ngaba ke ikhazulwe
Sorry, madam.
yinto etsolo.
It can be pierced.
It can be pierced. Thank you, my lord.
That's the evidence.
Thank you, my lord. You said it can be pierced by a sharp object. Is
Ubutshilo.
that your evidence?
Ewe ngitshilo mhlekazi.
Yes, I did say so.
Okay. So this exhibit now was kept in the brown envelope, which was not sealed in terms of the standing rules of the SAPS. It was put in a plastic bag that can be pierced, my lord, by a sharp object. Am I correct?
Sinale mbumbulu efakwe kule envelope engatywinywanga ke ngokwendlela okwenziwa ngayo ngasesipoliseni. Yathathwa lo envelope leyo yafakwa ke ngoku kwesi sinqobo esi esikwaziyo sona ke ukuba ngaba sikhazulwe yinto etsolo.
Mhlekazi ndicela ucacisela inkundla ngokuvume yakho uba
May I, with the court's
ama-exhibit
permission,
asebenza kanjani.
with the court's permission, my lord, explain as to how exhibits
Mhlawumbi
work.
ndingenza i-experiment ngale envelope if inkundla iyanivumela.
If the court allows me,
Yes,
I
please.
can also use the envelope to make an experiment.
Xa ufika kwi-crime scene Sithetha ngale scene ke ngoku.
Now we are referring to this scene, my lord.
Photo number 28, my lord.
Photo 128 or 128? 128, my lord.
128. Envelope ithathiwe. Yabhalwa. Nansi envelope yakhona.
Hey, Paramisi. The envelope was taken, my lord, and it was written on.
Written by who?
Balong Bani.
Ibhalwa ngubani kanjani?
What do you mean by who?
You said it's written.
Uthi yabhalwa.
Ndithi yabhalwa ngumsiya.
By Musia,
Okay,
exhibit.
correct.
Uyifumene ingabhalwanga.
When he found it, there was nothing written on it.
Wayibhala ukuthi exhibit 1.
And he wrote on it Exhibit 1.
Ngoba ibizofaka le bullet.
Because this bullet was going to be placed inside.
Isizathu sokuthi sifake ibullet ekwi-envelope.
The reason of putting the bullet in the envelope,
Ngicacisile ukuthi for integrity ye-exhibit
I did explain that it was to keep the integrity of the exhibit
until it yofika e-ballistic.
until it reaches ballistic.
So xa ifakwa uzawuyivala athathe lento ayivale.
And he will then take this part, my lord, the witness referring to the glued part, and close it.
Iyavalwa xa gqiba kufakwe i-exhibit.
Once the exhibit has been placed inside, it gets closed.
Then i-exhibit bag into ekanje.
An exhibit bag is like this.
Uyifumana iso
You find it like this,
with this strap.
with this strap.
Le envelope ithathiwe yafakwa ngaphakathi
This
ku-exhibit bag.
envelope was taken and placed inside the exhibit bag
Ngumsiya after egqiba collector le bullet.
by Musia after having collected this bullet.
So now sine-envelope evaliwe,
We now have a closed envelope.
sine-bag evaliwe. Xa uyivala le bag ususa esi strap.
We have a sealed bag. When sealing this bag, you remove this strap,
Uyayicika
you seal it.
ingaphakathi ibullet.
The bullet is inside.
Into ethethayo ke ngoku esebenzayo xa ifika e-forensic
Now what works now when it reaches the forensic,
xa bezawujonga ukuthi obubungqina obuzisile buyahambelana nento oyibhalile ephepheni.
to check as to whether that which you brought corresponds with that which you wrote down on the piece of paper.
Yile exhibit bag number.
It's the exhibit bag number. The witness points to a number on the bag, my lord.
Nobungqina obubhalile kwi-statement sakho ukuthi kule bag number ufake ntoni.
As well as that which you wrote on your statement as to what it is that has been put inside this bag.
Lena ayisasebenzi
This, referring to the strap, my lord, is not working anymore.
iyadispose.
It gets disposed of.
No, thank you for that information, Mr. Mhlahlo.
Demonstration.
So ke ngoku iba
For the
inkundla
demonstration.
The demonstration.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, continue, ma'am.
yiyo lento ke ngoku ubona ku-128
That is why you then see on 128,
envelope ibekiwe ecaleni kwebullet kwe-bullet point
the envelope is placed next to the bullet point.
kwabhalwa exhibit 1
Exhibit 1 is written on it,
yathathwa yafakwa kwi-envelope yafakwa e-envelopini.
and then it was taken and placed inside the envelope.
I-envelope yacikwa yafakwa ebhegini ye-exhibit kwi-forensic bag
The envelope was closed and placed inside the forensic bag.
yavalwa i-forensic bag.
The forensic bag was sealed.
I don't have a problem with that, but my question is, I don't have a problem with that. My question is, from your evidence, that envelope, it's easier, the brown envelope, my lord, the brown envelope, it's easier and it's possible to tamper with the seal of that envelope. And it was put in the prescribed plastic bag that we have just displayed to the court now, on which you said it can be pierced by sharp objects.
Andinangxaki naloo nto leyo kodwa ke le mbumbulu lena ithathwe yafakwa kule envelope leyo ekulula okokuba ngaba ingathi ivulwe, yathathwa lo envelope leyo yafakwa kule ngxowa lena, ngxowa leyo otshileyo okokuba ngaba ke iyakwazi ukugqojozwa yinto etsolo.
So in other words, what I'm saying to you is that it was possible, it was put into the bags of which it is possible to tamper, for someone to tamper with those envelopes. Both envelopes now, brown and the one that we have used.
Ngoku ithathwe yafakwa ke ngoku kule envelope ekulula okanye ekungaba lula kumuntu okokuba ngaba angathi atemperishe okanye aphazamisane nayo.
Awukwazi ukutemperisha i-exhibit ingaphakathi kwe-envelope kwe-exhibit bag. Ngaphandle kokuba ude uqhaqhe le-exhibit bag uyidabule.
You cannot tamper with something that is placed inside the exhibit bag,
But you can-
apart from now destroying or tearing the exhibit bag itself.
But you can pierce the plastic bag with a sharp object, am I correct?
Kodwa ke ngento etsolo uyakwazi uyigqobhoza i-plastic lena.
Plastic.
I-plastic engaqobhoka yiyo lento
Yes.
inkosi yenkantolo mhlekazi ndiyicacisile uba xa uzofaka i-exhibit apha funeke uprotecte i-integrity yayo. Injengemese umzekelo if ucollector imese kwi-crime scene awuzuvele uyithathe uyifake kwesisingqobo because i-sharp ingaqobhoza esisingqobo.
Which is why, my lord, I made a reference to the protecting, preserving the integrity of the exhibit. It's like collecting a knife from a crime scene. If you collect a knife from a crime scene, you can't just put that knife straight into this exhibit bag because it's going to pierce it.
I think you have agreed with me that that plastic bag can be pierced within sharp objects.
Ndicinga bese sivumelene ngaleyo yoba ingaqobhoka, iyakwazi uqobhoka iqhotshozwa into etsolo.
Iyakwazi ukuqobhoka ngento esolo.
Thank you, my
Yes.
lord. Thank you, that's all I wanted. My lord, we take a short adjournment so that I can wrap up my question, my lord, after break. I think it's 11 o'clock.
Is it 11 o'clock?
Oh, it's quarter past, my lord. It's quarter past.
11?
Yes.
Okay, 11:30, adjourn.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
Yes, that is so, my lord. Phela ke sasebenzisa sona lesiyana isipapa ungena ekitchen noma ungena endlini.
Since there had been, I'm not saying you were supposed to have done that, but since there had been that bullet hole, was that door not supposed to be closed as no-go zone area until investigation is finalized?
And ayonto ndithi kwakumeba yenziwe nguwe leyo kodwa ke kuba kwakukho lamnqunya phayana owabangelwa yimbumbulu kwangamelanga into yokuba ngaba nala mnyango okanye olacango alusetyenziswa nje kwaphela lude uphando lugqitywe.
Umnyango kulandlu uyi1 mhlekazi.
There's only one door at that house,
Iyo lento kwakusetshenziswa lona ukwenza uphando endlini.
which is why that door was used to conduct an investigation in the house.
No, okay. I do understand what you are saying, but my question is, was that door not supposed to have been closed or to have been marked as a no-go zone area because of that borehole until further investigation is done?
Ndiyakuva lento uthethayo kodwa ke ndibuzayo yobangaba kuba ke kukho lamnqunya phayana omebanga baluvaliwe kusini na okanye kuthiwa hayi ke phaya akusondelwa pha kude ke ngoku kwenziwe i-further investigation okanye ke uphando.
Ngicacela ubuphando la liza kwenziwa njani umnyango uvaliwe ngoba into yayivaliwe i-crime scene.
I don't understand as to how would the investigation then have been done if the door had been closed, because the crime scene itself was cordoned off, but not the door.
So there was no need to close that door as a no-go zone area.
Ungaba uthi ke ngokwangekho mfuneko uba ngaba olacango oluya luvale uba ngaba ke kuthiwa phaya akusondelwa akuyiwa pha.
Xa kusenziwa uphando ngoba umnyango sasebenzisa umnyango oyi1.
When the investigation is done, because we were using one door,
So there was no need.
ngengekho mfuneko.
Umnyango wawusetshenziswa.
The door was being used.
Yeah, yeah.
So xa kuvalwa i-crime scene sasingeke sikwazi uku-investigate ngaphakathi.
If the crime scene was closed, and then we would not have been able to investigate inside.
So all the people who were moving in and out of that house, they were using that entrance. Is that your
Wonke umuntu
evidence?
wayephuma engena phaya kulandlu wayesebenzisa olacango.
Aba ndandisebenza nabo including mina sasebenzisa olacanga.
The ones that I was working with, including myself, yes, we were making use of that door.
Ngirefera ke ngokumsiya no Lieutenant Zwane endandinabo.
I'm now referring to Musia and Lieutenant Zwane that I was with.
And including everyone who had access into that house, since you have said there was no other door, it means anyone who have accessed that house used that door.
Wena ubala nina nobathathu kodwa ngoku umeli uthi ke ngoku uquka nabanye okanye udibanisa kwanabanye abantu ababephuma bengena phaya nabo babesebenzisa kwa olacango.
Ewe kunjalo
That
mhlekazi.
is indeed correct, my lord.
And after those people were moving in and out, including the police officers who inspected the area on top of the cupboard where you found a bullet, were moving in and out, and after that you discovered a bullet.
Kwaye wonke umuntu oyephuma engena pha kuquka namapolisa ke aba ababejonga phaya apho wafumana khona lambumbulu babephuma bengena besebenzisa lamnyango emveni koko wafumana lambumbulu.
Umnyango wawusetshenziswa mnye mhlekazi.
There's only one door that was being used.
So you agree with me?
Ndiyavuma baba kusetshenziswa umnyango oyi1.
I agree that one door was being used.
So you discovered a bullet next to the entrance wherein people were moving in and out of that house.
Wafumana imbumbulu eceleni kolucango okanye kwalomnyango lona abantu babephuma bengena kuwo kulandlu.
Emva komnyango emva kwama-glass jars.
Behind the door and behind the glass jars.
And also it is the evidence for Mr. Mosia that he inspected the area wherein you found a bullet and he did not find it.
Ikwabo bungqina ke bukaMusiya okokuba ngaba ke naye ke waye wajonga ke pha okanye walenza uphando phayana akazange afumane nto.
Ndiyavisisa mhlekazi.
I understand.
And he left the scene.
Wahamba emveni koko.
Ndimamele.
I'm listening.
That area was not closed.
Akuzange kuvalwe phaya kulandawo.
And when you came back, you then discovered a bullet.
Wabuya wena ke wafumana imbumbulu.
Xa nisenza investigation ndafumana imbumbulu.
Yes, when I did my investigation, I found a bullet.
Yes. So, and from the evidence of Ms. Zandi Khumalo is that it was visible enough, there was a clear light in that area in such a way that it was possible even to see a fly moving in that area.
Ngokukazandile Khumalo ke kwakukhanye phayana kwakukhanya ngalonhlobo bangaba wawunibona nempukane igqitha indlela ke kwakukhanya ngayo phakathi endlini.
Ndimamele mhlekazi.
I am listening.
Yes, and the jars, and at the area wherein you discovered the bullet, it was behind clear jars, am I correct?
Kwaye futhi le ndawo lena owayifumana kuyimbumbulu kwijazi ezibona ngabantu amagama ziclear ezajazi kuyabonakala kuzo kanye ngapha kwazo.
Amaglazi clear mhlekazi kodwa anokutya ngaphakathi.
The jars are clear, but they had food inside.
If angixoki mhlawumbe ngizawuthi ngama cereals.
If I'm not telling lies, maybe I would say it's cereals.
But kunento engaphakathi kwamajars.
But the jars contained something inside.
Okay. Yes, from photo 124 and 125. And according to Mr. Musia, he inspected and could not find the bullet.
Ngokukamusiya ke yena ke wakhangela phaya akazange afumane imbumbulu.
The reason why I'm putting this one to you, the reason why Mr. Musia did not find this bullet, it's because it was not there when he inspected the area, and it was planted by the people who were moving in and out of the scene after he had left and before your arrival.
Nobangela okokuba ngaba ke umsiya angafumananga nto phayana ekukhangeleni kwakhe kungoba yabekwa phayana lembumbulu yayingekho phayana yaze yabekwa ngaba bantu babephuma bengena phaya emveni koba ehambile yena phambi kokuba ufike wena.
Ukuyifumana kwam imbumbulu ndayifumana ngoba ndiske ndisuse ama-glass jars ndichifte izinto ezaziphezu kwekhabhathi.
Finding or how I found the bullet, my lord, was by shifting the glass jars as well as also shifting the other items that were on the top there.
Uba ndandingasetshanga nam ndilandele lo mnyango omoshakele ndijonge nje ngongasusi izinto phezu kwekhabhathi mhlambi ndandingenayibona le bullet.
If, my lord, I hadn't followed the trajectory as per the damage on the door, and if I hadn't moved those items, maybe I would also not have found that bullet.
So ngokususa kwethu izinto ezaziphezu kwetafile kulapho ibullet yafumaneka khona, ibullet head yafumaneka khona emva kwe-glass jars.
So by moving the items that were on the top there, that is where the bullet head was found.
But my point is, that bullet was not there, and it was placed by people who were moving in and out of that area since it was not closed to avoid tampering with the crime scene. It was
Kodwa
put by
ke yona nto
people-
ndithethayo mna kuwe yokuba ngaba yayingekho phaya yabekwa ngaba bantu abo babephuma bengena phaya ngoba kwangavalwanga so nabani na wayephuma engena
before
phaya
you arrived.
phambi kokuba ngaba ufike.
Andizukwazi ukuyiphendula into eyenzeke before ndifika, ndithetha mna ngento eyenzeke ndikhona uba ibullet mana emva kwama-glass jars emva kwalama-glass jar.
I won't be able to speak about something that happened prior to my arrival, my lord. I am talking about that which happened when I was there, that I found the bullet behind those glass jars.
Thank you for
Andinabo
that.
ubungqina boba yabekwa ibullet pha. Mna ubungqina endinabo boba ibullet ndayifumana emva kwama-glass jars.
I have no evidence, my lord, that the bullet was planted there. The only evidence that I have is that I found the bullet behind the glass jars.
Thank you for that, but my question is, people had been moving in and out, passing that area where you discovered that bullet after Musia had left.
Kodwa ke yona nto ndiyibhekisayo kanye ndithethayo kuwe yokuba ngaba abantu babephuma bengena phaya emveni koba ngaba umsiya wayemkile phaya.
Ndiyakuva,
I hear
Mhlekazi.
you.
Yes, thank you. And it is your evidence, ma'am, that after you had finished with investigation at the crime scene, Mr. Mosia is the one who took the exhibits with him.
Uchilo ke ukuba ngaba ekubeni ba nigqibile ke ngophando umsiya wathatha bonke ubungqina wahamba nabo.
Just correct me, did you take any exhibits with you or they were all taken by Mr. Mosia?
Bukhona bathathwa nguwo kanye bathathwa bonke ngumsiya.
Bathathwa ngumsiya, Mhlekazi.
Everything was taken by Musia.
Okay. And you decided, as a senior officer at the scene, that the exhibits be taken by a junior officer with him.
Wathatha isigqibo ke uyisenior ukuba ngaba ke exhibits ezi mazithathwe yijunior.
Njengoba sendichazele inkundla, Mhlekazi.
Just as I've already explained to the court, my lord,
Uba umsiya wayeqhubeka nge-evidence ye-forensic.
that Musia was proceeding with the evidence, with the forensic evidence,
Uzicollectile kwi-crime scene,
collected them at the crime scene,
kuyohamba nazo.
left with them.
So ndangazi uthatha ama-exhibit acollectwe ngumsiya ndihambe nawo.
I was not going to take exhibits that were collected by Musia and leave with them.
Leyo nto yayizawubreaka i-chain of evidence.
That was going to break the chain of evidence.
Okay. And
Yiyo le nto umsiya
and you
wahamba
don't,
nama-exhibit.
That's why Musia left with the exhibits.
and you don't know where Mr. Mosia took the exhibits to, am I correct?
Awuyazi okokuba wazithatha wazisaphi na.
Leyo umsiya ngayiphendula, Mhlekazi,
That would be answered by Musia
ukuthi wayaphi nama-exhibit xa
as
kesuka
to
kwi-crime scene.
where he took the exhibits to upon leaving the crime scene.
From the knowledge that you have as a police, I take it even if you're an expert, LCRC expert, but you still remain a member of the SAPS, am I correct?
Noba ke expect ke ko LCRC kodwa ke uselile police andiba.
Ewe kunjalo,
That's
Mhlekazi.
correct.
Okay. Is it not the standing order that as soon as the exhibits are recovered, process packed, and everything is done from the scene, they have to be taken to the nearest police station and entered into the exhibit register and then put into the safe at the nearest police station until such time when they are booked out by that respective expert, either to the ballistic or to the forensic respectively.
Ingaba ayonqubo kusini na uba ngaba ke xa buye kwaqokelelwa kwaze kwapakishwa bunqina buyathathwa busiwe kwisikhululo samapolisa esikufutshane buthathwe abo xa kufikwa apho bubhalwe kwincwadi ekubhalwa kuyo ke ubungqina kweso sikhululo samapolisa buvalelwe ke esafini kuze kuthi ke ngoku ngosuku olandelayo ke bukhutshwe ke lo expect kanye umuntu ukukhuphayo buthathwe ke busiwe apho kufuneke bubheke khona.
Kuxhomekeka kuma-exhibit afunyenwe esinini, Mhlekazi.
It depends on the exhibits found at the scene, my lord.
Okay.
Thina kwelicala lethu uyawathatha uyowabhukha e-ofisini wafaka kwi-459.
On our side, you take them to the office and book them in the 459,
afakwe eseyifini.
placed in a safe.
Which one on your side that you are allowed to take them straight to your 459 register?
Ngawaphi kweleni icala ekufuneka uhambe nawo uyowafaka ku-459?
Ama-cartridges nama-swabs.
Cartridges, swabs,
Okay.
Uyawathatha uyowafaka kwi-459.
you take them to a 459.
If ufumene isibhamu esinini,
If you recovered a firearm from the scene,
uyahamba uyosibhukha e-police station, in and out.
You go and book that at the police station in and out.
Ufike e-ofisini uyofake ku-459.
And then you arrive at the office and then put them in the 459.
Le 459 ke SAP 13 yethu, SAP 13 register esebenza e-ofisini yethu.
Now this 459 is our own SAP 13 register that works in our office.
Then afakwe safini
Then placed in a safe
until that time athathwe asiwe e-land e-forensic.
until that time when they are now taken to the forensic.
Who's safe? Who's safe? Will the exhibits will be kept then?
Agcinwa okanye zigcinwa kwi-safe kabani.
Uyaxhomekeka mhlekazi, umuntu nomuntu ne-safe yakhe. If usebenza overnight, uwakhiyela kwi-steel cabinet.
It depends, my lord. Each and every person has got his or her own safe. If you work overnight, you then keep them in a steel cabinet.
Ngoba i-SAP 13 clerk isube ingekho ngelo xesha.
Because by that time, the SAP 13 clerk is no longer in the office.
Kodwa the following day,
But the following day,
uyawakhupha kwi-steel cabinet sakho uwase exhibit room.
you take them out of your steel cabinet and take them to the exhibit room.
Where is that exhibit room? Is that in your office or at the station?
Exhibit room lawe ise office yenu okanye ise station.
Ndithetha ngese-ofisini yethu.
I'm referring to our office.
Siba nama-strong room
We have strong rooms
apho sigcina khona ama-exhibits.
where we keep exhibits.
Okay, and above the strong room, there are also individual safes.
Ngaphezu kwe strong room lena umuntu ngamnye une safe yakhe.
Asiyi-safe i-cabinet apho ugcina khona izitshixo ziba kuwe.
It's not a safe, it is a cabinet where you keep them in and you keep the keys.
Okay. Thank you. And also, in your evidence, you single out the arrival of Brigadier Mangena. Is it Brigadier or Colonel, whatever, warrant officer Mangena, who arrived at the scene?
Uthethile ke ngokufika kaMangena ndalima ngibrigadier nguKenel warrant officer.
Ndithethile nge-Colonel Mangena ukufika kwakhe.
I spoke about Colonel Mangena's arrival.
Okay. So at the scene when Colonel Mangena arrived, it was just the three of you. Am I correct?
Ekufikeni kwakhe uMangena yayinini nabathathu qha.
Ewe kunjalo
That's
mhlekazi.
correct.
Okay. And Colonel Mangena arrived alone.
Wafika ehamba yedwa.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
Yes, that is correct.
And when you left, he was still alone at the scene.
Ekuhambeni kwenu okanye ekuhambeni kwakho wayeseyedwa.
Wayengekho yedwa xa sihamba esinini sasisonke.
No, he was not alone. When we left the scene, we were together.
Oh, okay. You did not leave him behind.
Anizange nimshiye.
No, zange ashiyeke behind.
No.
Oh, okay. So whatever investigation that was conducted by Colonel Mangena, you were still present at the scene.
Yonke into wayeyenza uphanda walenza nisekhona kwiscene.
Xa wayesenza uphando lwakhe ndandikhona kwi-crime scene.
When he was doing his investigation, I was still at the crime scene.
Where exactly did Colonel Mangena conduct his investigation?
Where?
Where? Where? Place?
Ndawoni wayenza ndawoni investigation yakhe.
I think uzawuze azokuchazela le nkundla ukuthi uyenze phi kodwa into ndiyaziyo uyenze kwi-crime scene ngaphakathi endlini.
He'll come and explain to the court, but what I do know is that he did it inside the house at the crime scene.
Okay, but before he comes, I just want to get it from you. He conducted his investigation inside the house and you were outside.
Ngeli xesha ayenza phakathi endlini wawuphandle wena?
No, ndangaphakathi.
No, I was inside.
Ngoba ufike ngelaa xesha ndiphotographa ibullet.
Because he arrived at the time when I was photographing the bullet.
Oh, okay. So at the time when he conducted his investigation, it was only the four of you inside the house.
Ngeli xesha ke esenza uphando lwakhe yayinini nabane kuphela phakathi endlini.
Ngokucinga kwami ewe kunjalo.
According to my thinking, yes, it's like that.
Okay. Did you see if he had any camera?
Ngaba wabona kusini na uba wayenayo ikhamera?
Uyayiphatha ikhamera yakho Colonel Mangena?
Colonel Mangena does carry his camera.
Now, I mean, I'm now being specific at the time when he entered the house. Did you see or you did not see if he had any camera with him?
Ndibuza ke ngongeli xesha angena endlini ngaba wayibona okanye awuzange ayibona ba wayeyiphethe na.
Ndiyacinga uba inoba wayeyiphethe.
I think maybe he had it.
Yeah, okay. And you are not the one who assisted him to take pictures?
Ayinguwe owamncedisa ukuthatha ifoto.
Andizange ndamncedisa
I
mhlekazi.
never assisted him.
Also, same with Mr. Musia?
No.
No,
Musia
Musia
naye.
azange amncedise,
Even
mhlekazi.
Musia didn't assist him.
Okay. Thank you, my lord. I've got no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Baloyi, Henry?
Sorry, my lord, before Mr. Baloyi re-examines, I have received instructions. I've received instructions to ask questions of the witness before she leaves the stand, my lord.
Yeah, fine, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. That's it. Ma'am, your testimony yesterday is that even today you were briefed by Captain Zwane about what transpired on the scene, correct?
Uchilo izolo namhlanje uphindile futhi ukuba ngaba ke wabriefwa nguKenel Zwane mayelana noko kwenzekayo phaya kunjalo?
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
Yes, that is correct.
And as part of the debriefing, were you told that the people in the house had been consuming alcohol before the intruders came or the suspects came into the house?
Kulo briefing leyo ingaba waxalelwa kusini na ukuba ngaba abantu aba babephakathi endlini babesela utywala phambi babesela utywala.
Into abayithetha nje ukuthi abantu ababesendlini babehleli bonwabile.
The only thing that was mentioned was that the people in the house were just sitting and having fun.
Now, with respect to photo 122 that was shown of you of the alcohol cans or containers, and I'm tying that with your testimony that you also conducted a investigation outside the premises of the house in the yard, correct?
Uchilo xa sijonga ke apha ne uchilo nokuba ngaba naphandle eyadini najonga andithi?
Kunjalo
Yes,
mhlekazi.
that's correct.
Now, did you manage to see the dustbin as to the quantity and the cans of alcohol that were in the dustbin outside or anywhere in the scene?
Ingaba ke phaphandle emgqomeni umgqomo lo ke welahla inkunkuma ingaba nakwazi uba nijonge okanye nibone uba ngaba ke uba kwakunetoti zotywala uba zazingakanani na ezo toti zotywala zazilapho phakathi emgqomeni?
Asange sajonga mhlekazi.
We never looked in the dustbin.
The second aspect, were you also briefed that there was a fight within the kitchen between the suspects and the people that were in the house in the kitchen area?
Kulo debriefing leyo ingaba wachazelwa kusini na ukuba ngaba kwakunomlo phaya ekitchen phakathi kwabarhanelwa nabantu abo ababesendlini babehleli endlini?
Batsho mhlekazi ukuthi kwaba nongquzulwana.
Yes, it was said that there was a fight.
Now, in your observation, initially when you go to the scene and you start a walk through the scene, did you see any signs that two suspects and about 6 adults were fighting in that kitchen? Did you see any signs of a disturbance that shows that there were 2 suspects that were fighting with 6 people? The 6 people were the deceased himself, Tumelo Madala, Mtogozi Sitwala, Kelly Khumalo, Zandile Khumalo, and Makumalo. Did you see that sign?
Ekungeneni kwakho phayana ke ngoku ingaba zazikhona kusini na impawu ezibonakalisa uba ngaba kwakunongquzulwano lalukhona phayana phakathi kwaba bafo babini okanye kwaba bantu babini bangenayo kunye naba bathandathu babe phakathi endlini aba abakhanganye ngamagama?
Into sayiqaphela mhlekazi if we are go photo 191.
Go to photo 91. What we noticed?
Kwabulikazi elalisebondeni.
It was the blood that was on the wall.
Iye into eyaqapheleka ukuthi kukhona into eyenzekile.
That is what then we noticed that it indicated that something had happened.
Yes, but what I'm asking you specifically is this. Any signs of a struggle and a scuffle that was described, turned over plates, broken plates, glasses, the like, did you see as regard the fighting or scuffling in that kitchen?
Uthetha ke ngokwase kitchen ke ngoku pha kitchen uba ngaba ke zikhona na izinto ezazibonakalisa okanye ezaziluphawu uba ngaba kweli kitchen ikhona into eyenzekileyo uthetha ngeplate ezaphukileyo iikomiti ezaphukileyo into nje ezinjalo pha kitchen.
Anzange ndazibona iikomityi ezephukile mhlekazi.
I never saw broken cups,
Another
Ngaphandle
aspect,
kwezitya ezazigcwele amakhabhathi.
except as for the dishes that were full in the cupboards.
and just on photo 91, per procedure, you must measure that blood splatter from tile to where it's at. What was the distance between the floor level and the splatter that we see there?
Ngokwenkqubo ke kufanele bangaba ke elagazi xa usephaka la photo 91 bangaba ke liyamethwa ke xa ujonga ukusuka phansi ukuyofikelela phaya bangaba ke uthini na la mlinganiselo.
Akuzange kube nama-measurements athathwayo mhlekazi.
No measurements were taken, sir.
The third aspect, you testified that on the 28th of October 2014, I'm sorry, you attended the postmortem examination at Jamestown Mortuary, correct?
Uchilo ke ukuba ngaba ke 28 zika October 2014 waya ke mortuary usiya ke ku postmortem at Jamestown.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
That is indeed correct, my lord.
And Captain Mangena, I'm not sure whether he was captain by then, I don't know his rank, but Captain Mangena was there as well at the postmortem examination, correct?
No Mangena ke andisazi basasisidi ngoko isikhundla sakhe kodwa wayekhona naye apho.
Kunjalo
That is
mhlekazi.
correct, my lord.
Let's forget about what Mangena did. I'll ask him personally. You yourself, what was the role that you took, or your participation in the postmortem examination?
Ndizambuza ke na kuMangena xa ifikile kodwa wena ngenqu yayintoni yakho indima phaya kwi-postmortem ngalamini.
Ukuthwebula izithombe ngeyaxesha kwakwenziwa i-postmortem mhlekazi.
To take pictures when the postmortem was being conducted.
Okay, now, and I'm not saying you are a pathologist or a doctor by any means, by your observations when you were there, you then see that the deceased has got what we call an entry wound at the chest and an exit wound at the back, at the right chest, and then an entry exit wound at the back, correct? By your observation there at the postmortem.
Andithi ubangaba ke uyi-pathologist kodwa ke ngokubona nje kwakho kanye koko wakubonayo wabona bangaba ke umfi unenxeba apho imbumbulu yangena khona apha phambili kuze uthi apha emqolo ke ngoku abe nenxeba apho imbumbulu iphuma khona.
Ngicela ukujonga izithombe mhlekazi.
May I look at the pictures?
Akhona amanxeba abonakalayo mhlekazi.
Yes, there are visible injuries.
Now, I was just saying that, just to highlight that there's an entrance and an exit wounds, which means that the projectile perforated the body, entered and exited. Now, the simple point with respect to your investigation is this. The projectile that you found on photo 127, 128, did you swab it for DNA to see whether there's biological material on that projectile?
Imbumbulu lena yangena emzimbeni yaphuma ke kodwa ke yona nto ndifuna uyazi okanye ndiyibuza kuwe yokokuba ngaba ingaba imbumbulu leyo yathathwa na kuyohlolwa kujonge okokuba ngaba ke se-DNA ne
Yes,
ukuba ngaba kujonge ke ngoku ukufumaneka ke kwe-DNA kuyo.
Akazange wayiswapha umsiya mhlekazi.
Msiya never swabbed it.
Now, at the time of this incident, when you attended this incident on the 27th of October, 2014. Sorry?
You asked the question whether the projectile that pierced the body of the deceased was swapped for DNA. Are you saying that?
No, I didn't say that pierced.
What were
I
you
said
saying? Pierced.
the projectile that was, I said, obviously, my question is this, background-wise, my lord. I said when I was trying to get the exit and
Yeah,
entrance
fine.
wounds, is that the bullet perforated I'm not saying that this projectile exactly is the one that pierced the body. I'm
Okay.
saying the projectile that you found there, was it swapped for DNA profile? That's
Okay,
what's my
fine.
question. Now, at the time of this incident, you were a warrant officer, correct?
Why warrant officer ngeli xesha kusenzeka isiganeko?
Ewe kunjalo
That is
Mhlekazi.
correct, my lord.
And as a warrant officer, you carried a pocketbook, correct?
Uyiphatha i-pocketbook njenge-warrant officer.
Kunjalo
That is
Mhlekazi.
correct, my lord.
Now, pertaining to this projectile that was found, that is on page photo 127, did you note that a projectile was found at that particular place? Because you used the pocketbook to write your statement or affidavit later, you refer to it, correct?
I-pocketbook uyisebenzisa ukuba ngaba ke kamva exesheni ke ngoxa segqibile ngento yokuba uzokwazi ubhala ke ngoku affidavit okanye statement sakho. Ngoku le yokufumaneka kwale nhloko ke yembumbulu wayibhala phantsi kwi-pocketbook yakho ngela xesha.
Crime scene report ewe ndayibhala Mhlekazi.
On the crime scene report, yes, I wrote it down, my lord.
Now, just to finalize on this point, photo 18 and 19, that is the damaged door of the kitchen. I've listened to your evidence, and it's very fair of you that you cannot testify about what other people, you are only testifying about what you did, what your observations were, correct?
Ndiyakuva ke kwaye futhi ke ifeke loo nto bangaba uthi ke awukwazi uthetha ngento eyenziwa ngomnye umuntu uthetha ngale wayibonayo wena yenziwa nguwe.
Ewe kunjalo Mhlekazi.
Yes, my lord, that is correct.
Now, would I be fair that in respect of that damage to the kitchen door and the splinters and the, what we call the dispersion of splinters, it's a subject that is within the purview of Mangena, the ballistic expert. Would I be right?
Okusukubona phaa kolacango oliyana ke ingceba eziyana ke iipisi eziya zocango ukuba ngaba yinto leyo eselwazini okanye ngumangena umuntu osebenza ngako oko.
Ewe kunjalo
That is
Mhlekazi.
indeed correct, my lord.
And then with regard to bullet trajectory or a path taken by a bullet within a scene, that is also within the purview of Mr. Mangena, correct?
Nokuba ngaba ke imbumbulu xa ithe yabetha ukuba ngaba ke emveni koba ibethile ihamba kanjani na naleyo into enokuthi ichazwe ngumangena.
Ewe kunjalo Mhlekazi.
That is indeed correct, my lord.
Now, lastly, this projectile that you found, you've testified that, and the court sought clarification from you, that it was alleged that it is suspected that a bullet hit that door, correct?
This
With
one.
respect to the projectile that she found, I'm asking a simple question. She was told by Zwane that somebody told Zwane that they suspected that that damage with the arrow sticker marker was done or was caused by a bullet, correct?
Ngokumala ke nala nhloko yembumbulu wayifumanayo sijonge ngoku umonakalo lo uselucangweni waxelelwa ke ngumangena xa ekudebrief ukuba ngaba
Zwane.
sorry wachazelwa ke wena ke uzwane ukuba ngaba umuntu owamxelelayo ukuba ngaba wathi yimbumbulu eyabetha phaya.
Ewe kunjalo
That
Mhlekazi.
is indeed correct, my lord.
Now, just on that, and I'm not saying that projectile is the one that hit the door, but on that aspect, what was the condition of the projectile that you found there? With respect to, was it an intact projectile or was it damaged? What was its condition?
Andithi ke yiyo le eyabetha phaa kodwa le wayifumanayo wena phayana isimo sayo sasikanjani yayisadibene iseyiyo okanye yayonakalisekile iprojectile le wayifumana okanye ibullet head le wayifumanayo.
Cela siye ku photo 127 Mhlekazi.
May we go to photo 127
Apho kune close up view yale bullet.
where there's a close-up view of this bullet.
Yafumaneka ilolu hlobo.
It was found as depicted on the picture.
I can't see, I don't know bullets, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you, my lord. Those are my questions.
You don't want to see it?
I think
Or
Mangena
you
will
can't
bring-
see?
I think Mangena will bring it, my lord. We will
No,
inspect
my
it.
question is,
I would like to see it, my lord.
yeah,
Indeed,
so
so.
see it, look at it.
Blow it up. I see, my lord. It's neither here nor there for me. I don't know anything about bullets.
Because you're not an expert.
Yes.
Fine. Yes, Mr. Nis. Please, you mustn't preface if you want to conduct further cross-examination and preface that by saying, I've got further instructions. I've been in the game too long.
Yes, my lord.
Too long.
Yes, my lord.
Just put it straight that you want to raise certain questions with this witness.
As it please the court,
Fine.
my lord. May I kindly raise certain questions to the witness, my lord? Thank you.
I've been instructed.
Thank you, my lord.
And I was looking at you. You were seated there the whole time. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, my lord.
Go on.
Yes. I'm not so sure, my lord, whether we can have our technician here, Mr. Swabbing, can assist us with what I want to take to clear with from the witness, my lord. I think that relates to Exhibit X, Exhibit X, which is that encompasses a photo album that is attached to Mr. Mangena's statement, Exhibit X, and photo number 19. I think that will be photo number 12 in Exhibit X, and photo number 19 of the photo album that was prepared by this week. I don't know if our technician would be in a position to have a simulcast, I don't know what term to use, that is to put those photos side by side, because I'll prefer it that way.
Where's the technician?
That they be beamed, like one photo is on the other side, so that we have a compare and contrast of those photos, man. To the technician, I was referring to the colleague who was operating
Yes, I'm asking the same.
that video. Yeah, he is, man.
I thought the gentleman is an advocate.
Of course, he's an advocate, man, but on the other side, he has got other skills as well. He has the technical skills to operate what he has been doing all along.
Sir, do you have those technical skills? He says no.
He's just throwing me under the bus, but it's fine, my lord. Nonetheless, let's go to photo number 90.
Okay.
As it pleases the court, my lord. Ma'am, I would want us to go to photo number 19. But I think it would be best, maybe, it would be best if those photos are beamed in a simulcast way, my lord. Maybe we need to find out from the state if we cannot get an assistance from around here, because around the building, because there are technicians here who can readily do what I think will work best, my lord. For this court also to follow what is it that I'm...
You want to compare the two photos?
Yes, my lord.
I will follow. Because you will tell me what is in photo number 19.
Fine, my lord. Thank you,
Which I must look for.
Yes, thank you.
And then you will tell me, compare it with what is on photo number 12.
Thank you, my lord.
And I will be able to make the distinction, if there is any, between the two.
As it pleases the court, my lord, may we then go to photo number...
Mr. Shololo? Mr. Johnny Yuka? Okay, Rapper.
Photo number 19 of this witness's statement. This witness's photo album.
Yeah.
19.
You've got that, ma'am?
Yes.
The 19 was 19.
Thanks, okay.
This one? 12.
Yes, and photo number 12 of the photo album that was prepared by Mangena. No, photo number 19. Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Now, you see on photo number 19, ma'am, on the album that was prepared by you, there's a, on that figure marked 2, there appears to be splinters on that door. Do you see splinters that are facing all sort of directions there? Splinters of woods, yes.
19 kule yakho ne banga ke kunezipieces ezininzi ezijonge ngalo zonke.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
Yes, that's correct.
And that's a photo that you also took in the morning when you arrived.
Ifoto wayithatha le nekuseni xa wawufika andiba?
Kunjalo
That is
mhlekazi.
correct, my lord.
Thank you. And you said when Mr. Mangena arrived at the scene and started to do his own work with his own instrument, you were also at the scene, although you were not with him as he was working, not so?
Ubasho nokuba ngaba ke xa efika uMangena wafika ke wenze wakhe umsebenzi esebenzisa ke ezakhe izixhobo.
Kunjalo
That is
mhlekazi.
correct.
Thank you. Now let's go to photo number 12 of Mr. Mangena's photo album, if it can also be beamed there. I will you say this once you don't compare. Photo number 12, please. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I don't want to put words in your mouth, ma'am. From what you see in photo number 19 and from what you see in photo number 12, what would your observation be?
Andifuni ke ukuba ngaba ndikuthetheleke kanti ndikufaka amazwi emlonyeni. Koku okubona kule photo u19 noku okubona kule photo u12 ungathini?
In relation to the damage to the door,
Okumayela nomonakalo lo uselicangweni.
Andizukwazi ukukhomenta kwi-photo album kaKelly Mangena. I can only comment kwi-photo album yam.
I cannot comment on Colonel Mangena's photo album. I can only comment on my photo album.
thank you. You give us a comment on your photo album.
Sinike ke kweyakho.
Ndibona umnyango omoshekile.
I see a damaged door.
Yes, what else?
Nantoni enye?
Njengoba inkundla seyitshilo, kunengceba zelento zomnyango.
And as you've rightfully pointed out, there are door splinters.
Photo number 12 ye-album, photo number 19 ye-album yam.
On photo number 19 of my album,
Would you please assist, ma'am, the court to be particular with regard to the splinters, the way they are found, the direction to which they are showing and all those things in your photo album? Just take this court
I'll tell you
so that
album,
it will be on record.
xa uthetha ke ngale album yakho ezinqeba uthetha ngazo ukuba ngaba zindawoni kanye zijongise ngakweliphi icala.
Zijongise kumacala ahlukene kwi-photo album yam.
They are facing different directions on my photo album.
Oh. What else can you say about your photo album, eh?
Nintoni enye onoyithetha ngale yakho i-album?
Ukuthi umnyango umoshekile.
That the door is damaged.
Aibo, ma'am. That one we've already got. I'm referring to the specific nature of the damage on the door.
Uthi ke bese sigqithile apho ndithetha ke ngoku ngomonakalo lona uselicangweni.
Into endiyibonayo ngumnyango omoshekile mhlekazi.
The only thing I say it's a damaged door.
Nengceba zomnyango ezijonge amacala ehlukeneyo.
As well as the door splinters that are facing different directions.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's go to photo number 12.
Masiyeke ku-12. Not owakho. Thetha ngalo u-12.
Andizukungqina album
Okay.
kaMangena.
The witness has closed this album.
No, but this witness cannot be allowed to pick and choose on what is it that he wants to testify on. Let's go to photo number 12 on Mangena's album, ma'am.
Okay.
That is Mangena's album.
The album kaMangena le.
Not so? Yes, it is Mangena's album, I'm telling you.
Ndiyakuxelela ke uba yiyo le kaMangena.
Now, you have said you won't say anything about Mangena's album. That's not your choice. You are here to assist the court as an expert, ma'am, a forensic expert. So you can't choose on what you want to say and what is it that you don't want to say on. Let's look at photo number 12.
Uchilo ukuba ngaba ke akhonto uzayithetha ngefoto kaMangena kodwa ke ngelishwa ke awuzuzikhethela uba yiphi uzayithetha yiphi ongazihlomla kuyo.
The witness is within her rights to say she can't really comment on somebody else's photo album. We've said ad nauseum that Colonel Mangena will be called to testify and such questions can be put to him.
Mr. Mnisi, where are we going to now?
No, my lord. A witness that has come here to assist this court
Yes.
cannot have a right to say, this I want to testify on, this I can't testify on, my lord. Because then her being here is just a futile
No,
exercise.
it's not futile. She has given evidence about what photos she took
Yes, my lord.
and gave an explanation. And the reason she says she can't comment on that work is because it is attributable to Colonel Mangena.
That is exactly what I'm saying, my lord. I am not saying, can you please explain to this
Mangena
court?
will come and explain that. And you have heard and led the evidence of this witness in regard to photo 19.
Yes.
You're going to lead Mangena on the exigency of photo 12.
Yes, my lord.
So you shall have two versions of the comparative value and evidential value of these two photos, which you can compare.
But that is the case, my lord. That is exactly where I'm getting to. Because, Mr. Mangena, if this witness were to be allowed to say, I can't comment on what Mr. Mangena, or on Mr. Mangena's work, Mr.
Can this
Mangena
court-
will
can
come
this
here
court-
and say,
Can this court force this witness to comment on Mr. Mangena's photographs?
not really first, my lord. I think first is a bit
No, that's the right way.
of a hard way.
You say she has no choice.
Yes, my lord. I think it should be brought to the attention of this witness here that as she is there,
I think she
ultimately,
has a choice. If she wants to comment, she can comment. If she doesn't want to, she may not. Where she has no choice,
yes, my lord.
it's where her photographs are involved. And she says to me, "Angifuni ukuyeka ukuthetha ngalama photos."
Let me,
Because there, as an expert, that's her work.
yes, my lord.
Okay.
But again, my lord,
Yes.
this witness, I'm not asking her to comment about something that is not within her knowledge.
Go ahead, go ahead.
On
sir.
photos, my
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
Remember, my lord, that this witness said she's a draftsperson, she's
Okay.
a photographer, she's all those things that relating to the work of photos. I'm not requesting this witness to make a comment on something that she has got no knowledge on.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Let's hear you.
Ngaphambi kokuthi umphenduleli aqhubekeke bafethu udaba ke lumayela nezithombe ezathathwa uyena ke uMangena uma ziqhathaniswa nayo izithombe ezathathwa uyena ufakazi olana ngokuthi ufakazi ushilo ukuthi yena ke akangeke asho lutho mayelana naloko okwenziwa uMangena nenkantolo isosho ukuthi angeke aphoqweke uma ngabe esho kodwa angaphoqwa la athi khona angeke akhulume lutho ngezithombe ezathathwa uyena kodwa ke yasimdedela kumele ukuthi usengaqhubeka abuze.
Thank you, ma'am. When you look in photo number 19 and you also look at photo number 12, would you say the features that you identified in photo number 19 are they found in photo number 12 of Mr. Mangena's photos? Just at the, you know, at the claims.
Xa uqaphela nje okanye uqaqula njena ungathi oku okanye ezimpawu uzibonayo kule yakho ifoto ingu19 ziyabonakala kule ifoto ingu12 kaMangena.
Ngokuzithoba okukhulu umhlekazi hayi bandidelela inkundla.
With the greatest of respect, my lord, not that I'm disrespecting the court.
Andizukwazi ukungqina ukunika ubungqina ngobungqina be-ballistic expert.
I won't be able to confirm or to testify on a ballistic expertise evidence.
So andizukwazi ukukhomenta nge-photo album kaKelly Mangena.
So I won't be able to comment about Colonel Mangena's photo album.
Thank you, ma'am. I am not saying, can you please comment on Mr. Mangena's photo album? Let us exclude Mr. Mangena's name, but you look at the two photos as a photographer. Assume this photo was taken by Mr. Mnisi or it was taken by Advocate Baloyi. And then you are confronted with that question. This photo, assume, is also not a photo that was taken by you. But as a photographer who has got a knowledge on photos, then you requested to have a comment on this. Forget about who took these photos.
Silibale ngomangena silibale ngomuntu owazithathayo bangala photo ngibani na njengomfoti nje kuthiwa okay jonga ke ezi photo zimbini uthelekise.
Andizukhomenta ngezithombe ezingathathwanga ndim. Ngokuzithombe okukhulu Nkosi yenkantolo.
With the greatest of respect to the court, I won't comment about photos that were not taken by myself.
Ngoba ndizabe misleader le court.
Because I will
ngento eyenziwe ngomunye umuntu hayi eyenziwe ndim.
Because I will be misleading this court about something that was done by someone else and not myself.
Let me bring it to your attention, ma'am. Whatever that you say to this court, ultimately, it will be the function of this honorable court to attach value to what you say. The court won't say, no, I was misled or I was not misled. You're just there to assist the court. If the court finds substance in what you're saying, it will consider that substance. If the court finds no substance in what you are saying, then the court will say, no, I'm happy with what the witness said, but I don't think I need to pursue it further. Do you understand? It's not like
inkundla
misleading
lena
or leading the
ayizuthi ke ilahlekisiwe okanye ikhohlisiwe uba ngaba ifumana kunento ebambekayo okanye kunesihlahla kulonto ithethayo izawutsho uba ifumanisa uba kungenasihlahla kulonto izawutsho.
Do you understand, ma'am?
Ndiya understand mhlekazi.
I understand you, sir.
Can we then please proceed with the process and the business of the day?
Singaqhubeka ke.
Ndimile kule nto endiyithethayo mhlekazi.
I stand by my word, sir.
Ndima kwinto ndibizwe icourt uba ndizochaza ngento endiyenzile kwisini.
I was called by the court to come and testify about
ngomsebenzi ondiwenzile we-forensic.
About that which I did on the scene, about the forensic work which I did.
Yiyo ke le nto ndithi ndimile apho ndimakhona.
Hence I'm saying I stand by my word.
Yes, Mr. Miss, you can take it up in argument.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, you know the law. You can take it up in argument. Okay, let's proceed.
Thank you, madam. I think that's a ruling.
Hello?
I'm saying that's a ruling in respect of
Yes,
this
of course.
witness's refusal to answer my question.
Yes, she says she won't comment on Mangena's ballistic photography.
Thank you, madam.
Thanks.
Ma'am, in your photo album, you make it, you stating it as a point that there's a hole in this door, not so?
Uyayithetha ke into ngaba ke kunomnqunya kolacango andithi
kunomonakalo.
there's a damage.
So you did not find a hole in this door when you investigated it?
Ekuphandeni kwakho awuzange ufumane umnqunya kolacango.
Umnqunya mhlambi asi understanding ngendlela efanayo.
Maybe we don't understand the whole the same way.
Mina ngoku understand kwami into eproposile yayofikela kwelacala.
According to my understanding, it's something that has that protruded to the other side.
Let's put it very simple. Is it or is not your evidence that as you investigated this door had a hole?
Ingaba bubo ayisibubo kusini na ubungqina bakho okokuba ngaba kolacango kwakunomnqunya.
Ayibubo nthe kunomonakalo sithe xa sijonga ba kulento ibullet iqophozele ngaphaya asange sayifumana.
No, I said there's a damage, and I even said that when we looked as to whether the bullet go out on the other side, and then we didn't find that.
Just a second. In your key to your photos, go to your key to your photos. you there? The key to your photos is where you described what photo number, what number entails, etc., etc., etc. Key to photos and sketch plan. Are you there?
Yes, I see it.
May you kindly go to the description that you gave in photo number 131?
Witness is there, yeah? She's there.
She's in?
I'm saying she's looking at 131.
At photo number 131?
Yes.
Thank you. Is that not your inscription there that in photo number 131? Can you please go there? Photo 131. That photo number 131 indicates a close-up view of the bullet hole on the kitchen door.
Asino into ibhaliweyo leyana phaa bangaba ke 131 ubonakalisa ifoto ke esondeziweyo yomnqunya wembumbulu kucango lwasekitchen.
Iyo, Mhlekazi.
It is, my lord.
Then why are you saying that per your investigation at the door there you did not find any holes, only damages?
Kutheni ke ngoku uthetha ngomonakalo ke ukuthi angufumane emnqunya?
Ndichilo Mhlekazi ndathi mhlambi asivisisani ngendaba omnqunya.
I did say, my lord, that maybe we misunderstand each other with regards to the issue of the hole.
Who misunderstands who?
Kubani ongavi ubani?
Mna nawe Mhlekazi.
Me and you.
In what way, man?
Koluphi uhlobo?
Umnqunya kuba into eqhobhozayo. Umnqunya kuba into ebethayo ingayi ngaphakathi.
A hole is something that goes through. It hits and it doesn't go inside.
So lo enthetha ngawo apha mna ngumonakalo womnyango.
Now this, which I'm referring to here, the witness pointing to photo 131, is damage.
Ma'am, do you really understand yourself? Before you say, I don't understand myself, or I don't understand you, do you really understand yourself?
That's
What does the inscription in photo number 131 says? Just read it out.
Photo 131.
Photo 131 indicates a close-up view of the bullet hole on the kitchen door. Point 2.
131 khombisa ke isithombe esondeziwe sayo imbobo yenhlamvu kwisicabha sasekitchen. Point 2.
What does that mean in your own understanding?
Ngokuyiva kwakho wena ke ithetha ukuthini lonto leyo?
Umnqunya wenziwe ibullet.
A hole caused by the bullet.
Did the door have a bullet or not?
A bullet.
I mean a hole. Oh, I'm sorry. Did the door have a hole or not?
Engaba ke ucango olalunayo umnqunya kanye lalungenayo.
Unomonakalo.
It had a damage. It had a damage.
So this was a lie. What you wrote in 131 was a lie.
Please, we all lawyers. Hello, just wait. We all lawyers. You know, this is a waste of time.
Excuse me, madam.
It's a waste of time.
What is it that's a waste of
You
time?
argue with this witness whether it is a hole or it is a damage. She says when she refers to the bullet hole, she qualifies it adjectively. Bullet hole, a hole caused by a bullet. Is that how I understand you, ma'am?
Ndikuva kanjalo bangaba uthi ngumnqunya owabangelwa imbumbulu.
Kunjalo
Yes, madam.
Right. Consequently, as a result of that exigency, the door was damaged. Please, let's just proceed and do this case.
I've got no
Don't
further
argue about
questions.
semantics.
I've got no further questions.
Yes, because that's how I understand it. You can argue and submit the contrary. Fine.
Okay. Siyalelike ukuthi into leyo
Yes, Mr.
umeli
Baloyi.
angayenza uma senza izethulo zakhe angaphikisani ngofakazi ngomonakalo noma ukulimala kanye nembobo.
May I be recognized, madam?
Yes.
I also have one or two questions.
How many questions do you have? 10?
No, definitely
How
not.
many? How many?
Let me count.
How many?
About 6.
6, fine. Go ahead.
I'm finding it difficult. Lieutenant, did you do the swabbing on the bullet projectile? Did you do any swabbing?
Ku projectile leyana ingabe khona iswabbing eyenziwayo.
Umsiya ayikho iproject i-swabbing akayenza mhlekazi.
Msia did no swabbing there.
So he did not do any swabbing to determine the presence of blood on that bullet projectile.
Akazange enze swabbing ukujonga uba ubukho begazi phaa kula projectile.
Ayikho i-swabbing eyenziwe
No
mhlekazi.
swabbing was done.
Okay. When you arrived there, were you in possession of the measurement unit? The measurement unit? The measurement unit. When you arrived there, were you in possession of a measurement unit?
Okay, ekufikeni kwakho phayana isixhobo esi sisetyenziswayo ukuthatha ke okanye ukumeta wawusiphethe wawunaso.
Ndandinayo i-measuring tape mhlekazi.
I had a measuring tape.
Measuring tape, okay. Was this bullet measured?
Le mbumbulu lena ingaba wathathwa umlinganiselo wayo?
Awuzange wathathwa mhlekazi.
No, it wasn't.
Okay. Was the fragmented piece of wood from the door measured?
La piece leyana yoqango yona yameasurisha?
Ayizange yamethwa
No,
mhlekazi.
it wasn't.
Do you know where it came from?
Uyayazi apho yayivela khona?
Ngokujongeka ibonakala icephuke emnyangweni.
By looking at it, it appeared to be coming from the door.
I'm not sure, my lord. I'm at question number 4 now. So
You're on number 6.
Number 6.
Yeah, go on. You're on number 6 now.
okay, how far is it from the damage at the door to the spot where you found the bullet projectile? How far is it?
Ukusuka pha ecangweni apho ucango lonakele khona ukuyotsho apho inhloko leya imbumbulu yafumaneka khona uthini lamgama?
Akuzange kwathathwa ama-measurement mhlekazi.
It was never measured.
Other than the piece of door that you found next to the bullet projectile, there were no pieces of fragmented door that were found there.
Ngaphandle kwale esibonayo apha ipiece eqanga azikho ezinye ingcetyana ezafumanekayo phaya.
Azikho mhlekazi.
None, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yes, Mr. Malloy, any re-examination?
As the court pleases.
Okay.
In cross-examination by Advocate Mhlahlo for accused number 5, you demonstrated the contents of the evidence collection kit.
Xa kubuzwa ke ngu-Advocate Mhlahlo uye wachaza ke indlela okanye ubonisa indlela ekwenziwa ngayo apha andithi ngale kit.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
Yes, that is so, my lord.
And you also took out a brown envelope from the evidence collection kit.
Just a moment, please. Can you repeat, please, Advocate? Sorry.
You also took out a brown envelope as part of the evidence collection kit.
Kwalapha ke ngoku kule kit lena uye wakhupha i-envelope brown.
Kunjalo
That
mhlekazi.
is correct, my lord.
Now, is that brown envelope normally enclosed in the evidence collection kit? Does it form part of the evidence collection kit?
Ingaba la envelope ihamba okanye soloko iyinxalenye ye-kit?
Siyayisebenzisa mhlekazi. Ewe, ngizawutsho.
We use it, my lord. Yes, I would say so.
Now, you also mentioned that you do conduct training of other police officers. Now, in your training, do you teach them to use the brown envelope in the collection of evidence
Uchilo ke
where
ubangaba
applicable?
uchilo ke ubangaba uyawaqeqesha namanye amapolisa kuqeqesho obanika lona ingaba uye ubafundise kusini na uba apho kunemfuneko khona okanye kufuneka khona ukuba i-envelope leyo i-brown ufanele beyisebenzisile.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
Yes, that is indeed so, my lord.
Sorry, is the question not the other way around? When they taught her to use those accoutrements,
Yes.
Was she trained to use it as you wanted to say?
Yes.
That's how you go about it.
Yes, that was.
Well,
the-
she trains the people, but I don't know if she was trained that way.
Exactly.
Fine.
That is the next question.
Oh, okay,
Yes,
thank you.
Yes. And were you also trained to use the brown envelope in the evidence collection where it is applicable?
Ingaba nawe ekuqeqeshweni kwakho, hayi ke ngokuqeqesheni kwakho, kodwa ekuqeqeshweni kwakho nawe waqeqeshwa kusini na uba ngaba uyisebenzise lo envelope brown?
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
Yes, my lord, that is indeed so.
In cross-examination by Advocate Mhlahlo for accused number 5, she put it to you that is regarding the bullet head as per photo 127. She put it to you that that the bullet head was not there. It was planted by people moving in and out of the scene.
U-Advocate Mhlahlo uchilo ke kuba ngaba ke inhloko leya yembumbulu sibonayo phaya ba yayingekho phaya yabekwa ngabantu ababephuma bengena phaya.
Uchilo njalo mhlekazi.
Yes, she said so.
And you responded by saying you had to shift the glass jars and other items, that if you had not followed the trajectory, maybe you would not have found it.
Waphendula ke ngelithi wena ke kwanyanzeleka into bangaba ke ususe ijazz eziya kwakunye nezinye izinto ezipha ekitchen kwaye futhi uba ubungalandelanga umkhondo lowa ngokuthi ujonge ucango oliyana wawusenongayifumani.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
That is correct, my lord.
And furthermore, that by removing those items on top, that's how the bullet was found.
Waqhubeka ngelithi ke ba unokususa ezazinto eziyana yabe ifumaneka ngolo hlobo imbumbulu.
Kunjalo
That
mhlekazi.
is correct, my lord.
Now, the question is, was the bullet head easily visible?
Umbuzo ngulo ke ngoku ngaba inhloko lena yembumbulu yayibonakala lula.
Yayingabonakali mhlekazi.
It was not visible, my lord.
Iyo lento sagqibela sesishifta namabhodlela.
Which is why we ended up shifting the bottles.
Now, in cross-examination by accused number 3's counsel, Advocate Mnisi, he put it to that what appears as a splinter of wood on photo 127, it's a corky pen drawing.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
That is correct, my lord.
Does that splinter of wood in any way resemble a corky pen drawing?
Ingaba ke la ngceba leyana ikhangeleka ingumzobo wecocky pen?
Ayibonakali njalo mhlekazi.
No, it doesn't appear like that, my lord.
And Advocate Nisi further put it to you that what you refer as the bullet head and the splinter of wood.
Bullet hole.
No, splinters, splinter
What
of
you
wood.
refer as the bullet hole and the splinter of wood.
Yes. No, what we refer as a bullet head
Okay, fine.
and a splinter of wood.
Okay.
He said it was put there to trump up the case against the accused.
Waqhubeka ngelithi uba ngaba ke la nhloko yembumbulu kwakunye futhi nalangceba into eyabekwa phayana ukwakha ke eliyelenqa okanye ke eligumgedle ngakubo abamangalelwa.
Uchilo mhlekazi.
Yes, he said so.
And he said that the splinter from the door and the bullet were never there. Somebody made sure that these things are put there.
Waqhubeka ngelithi ke ezinto ezizimbini zazingekho phayana kunomuntu owaqinisekisayo okokuba ngaba ke ziyabekwa phaya.
Uchilo mhlekazi.
Yes, he said so.
Yes. You did testify that that splinter of wood was of no evidential value. Hence it was not collected.
Uchilo ke kubungqina bakho okuba ngaba ke awukhange ubone bangaba ke inexabiso ngokobungqina okanye ixabisekile ngokobungqina kungako ungazange uyithathe.
Kunjalo
That is
mhlekazi.
correct, my lord.
Do you perhaps know what happened to it eventually?
Ingabe uyayazi ba ke ngoku kwayekwa yaphelela phi kwenzeka ntoni ngayo?
Sayishiya kwindawo yexhayelo mhlekazi.
We left it there on the scene, my lord.
And furthermore, on this cross-examination by Advocate Misi, that the items were placed there to trump up the case against the accused, was the identity of the perpetrators known at that stage?
Kwakwelizwi ke okanye ke kule ntetha yakhe uadvocate Mnisi ukuba ngaba ke oku kwabekwa phayana ukwakha okanye ke ukwenza ukwakha ke elityala eli kubamangalela ingaba abenzi bobubi kanye abarhanelwa wawubazi okanye nanibazi kusini na ngela xesha eliya?
Sasingabazi mhlekazi.
They were not known, my lord.
Thank you, my lord, that is all.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, ma'am. When I requested you yesterday to bring the envelope, I wanted you to make a demonstration about how you went about placing the bullet into the brown envelope and the brown envelope placing it into the exhibit bag, but you have done that, okay?
Yabukela ke inkundla xa ibicela izolo ke uba uze noku ke bikusenzela uba ngaba ubonise sele uyenzile ke lonto leyo.
Mhlekazi.
Yes, my lord.
So we thank you for your assistance, okay?
Siyabukela ke ngoncedo lwakho.
Enkosi mhlekazi.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Baloi?
As the court pleases, my lord, regarding
Sorry.
the evidence of Warrant Officer Musia, the court indicated that certain registers should be sought.
Yeah, right.
There is a witness who's at court today who's brought those registers, but my lord has indicated that he's not comfortable in testifying on those registers. We just need the court guidance. Must Warrant Officer Musia be recalled to testify on those registers?
No. You see, Musia is no longer employed there.
Yes.
When I say employed there, he's not
Yes.
stationed in Springs.
Yes.
He's stationed in Secunda.
Indeed, my lord.
So it would have been unfair to say Musia must go and intrude into the sanctity of a job space which he no longer occupies.
Yes.
And the person who is now in charge there is the
Colonel Ngomani. Yes.
Colonel Ngobani.
Yes.
And he has access to the very registers which my learned colleagues here wanted Musia to go and search for.
Indeed, my lord.
So he will testify. If there's anything arising from the testimony which he delivers, which has to be cleared up by Musia, we'll call him back. No problem.
As a court, please. But with this rider, as I
Yeah.
indicated, is uncomfortable in testifying on somebody else's registers. But he is here
No. We'll explain to him.
and requested him to make the necessary copies. We just hope that
Yeah.
he's got
Because
necessary-
those registers, technically speaking, are public documents.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Even if the Mutike
yes. Well, he is here.
Yeah, fine.
Colonel Komani, I suppose. I don't know how we're going to go about. Is it the court witness or should the state then?
No, we used 167 and 186
66, yes.
to call him.
Okay, the court.
But he's a court witness in elucidation of the very exigency about the registers.
As a court
Then
pleases.
everybody is entitled to ask him questions, okay?
As a court pleases. The defense hasn't had sight of those registers.
Oh, I see, fine.
Perhaps we,
Adjourn.
it's almost time for the long agenda.
Before we adjourn, Mr. Mnisi brought an application in terms of 186, that this court should invoke it and call, what did you call it? A forensic or a ballistic expert?
Yes,
What?
from the Forensic Science Laboratory.
What's the state's view about that?
Well, if he's referring to a ballistic expert,
No, he's referring to
someone to
a
testify.
forensic
about-
expert. Is that not so? Yeah. You want a ballistic expert?
A ballistic expert
We haven't had the ballistic expert to be called by the state yet.
from a Forensic Science Laboratory to come and assist the court.
Let's hear the evidence of the ballistic expert, which the state has enlisted in the number of witnesses. Is that not so?
Indeed.
Because it has listed the ballistic expert called Mangena. Let's hear his evidence. And we can make that application anytime. Okay. So we can adjourn and come back when?
At 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Okay, 2 o'clock.
And there's a time 0020. Arrival at 13511 Kutwanung Street, Nomzamo section, Vosloorus.
Kanti ke i-entry landelayo yona ke ibise kubhalelana ukuthi isuliwe. Ithe kwafikwa okanye ukufika khona lapha endaweni okuyi 13511 Kutwanong Street, Mzamo section Vosloorus. Kanti ke ngoba isuliwe leyo entry kwase ke izofakwa futhi nge-27 zika October 2014. Isikhathi saleyo entry ke manje sisithi 0020 amanye amazwi 12 ekseni ukufika ke khona lapha yana kwakhe okanye ukufikwa kuleyo ndawo number 13511 Kutwanong Street, Mzamo section, Vosloorus.
And then the next entry from there, it was at 01440. That is 22-2, departure from the scene.
Kanti ke entry landelayo yona ithi 0140 ngamanye amazwi 22 ekseni ukusukwa khona laphayana endaweni yesigameko phecelezi i-departure.
And then elandelayo, the next one, it's 0230. It reads, arrival at 11507 Idelangozi Street, extension 14, Vosloorus.
Kanti ke i-entry landelayo yathi 0230 ngamanye amazwi 2:30 ekseni ukufikwa ke khona laphayana N507 Idelangozi Street, extension 14, Vosloorus.
And then the next entry from there, it reads 0250. Departure from the scene.
Kanti entry landelayo yona ke ibhalwe 0250 ngamanye amazwi 10:03 ekseni ethi ke ukusukwa khona lapha okanye ukusuka kwindawo yesigameko.
And then the next one, it was 0320. It says arrival at 1500 Muleleki section, and then it goes to the next page, extension 1 Katlehong.
Kanti i-entry elandelayo yona ithi 3:20 ekseni 0320 yona ke ithi ukufika kuleya number lo okanye leya address ethi 1500 Mleleki section extension 1 is Katlehong.
There are words that I think I don't see clearly, but I think he wanted to write standby. It's a little bit cut with kilometer. He did not finish the kilometers of the vehicle.
Kukhona amagama abhaliwe khona na noma engabonakali kahle. Ngicabanga ukuthi mhlambe befuna ukubhala lapho ukuthi standby nokuthi ke abhale nama kilometer kodwa ke azange awafake ukuthi ama kilometer ungakhi ke lapho.
And then the next entry, it's 0630. It reads departure from home to office.
Kanti ke i-entry elandelayo ithi 0630 ngamanye amazwi 6:30 ekseni ukusuka khona lapha ekhaya ukuya officeini.
So did you read that entry on the first line, the date and the day of the week? Just above extension, just above that address, just put that on record.
Oh, sorry, my lord, I did not read it. On top of that page 2, there is a date, Monday 2014/10/27.
Ngithi uxolisa ke khona la kuleli khasi lesibini page number 2 phezulu kulawo ma entry kukhona la kubhalwe khona ke Monday i-date kwase kuthiwa ke 27 October 2014.
Okay, the next entry is 7:30 in the morning. It reads duty on, reported on duty Springs LCRC, photos and fingerprint as per Z8 duties with motor vehicle BSP 528B with kilometer reading. He did not finish the kilometer reading.
Ganti ke i-entry elandelayo yona ethi 7:30 ekseni ngamanye amazwi 0730 ganti ke ukuya ke ukuyibika khona emsebenzini eSprings LCRC kwase kubhalwa ke izithombe photos nama fingerprints ukuya nge Z8 okanye imisebenzi ye Z8 kusetshenziswa leya moto oku B5P or BSP 528B ganti wasesho ke nama kilometers kodwa ke uthe nje uye wathi ukubala ama kilometers kodwa azange awabhale phansi lawo ma kilometers.
And then the next entry, it's at 0950, that is 10 to 10. It reads departure from office and back to Vosloorus, LCRC 1237 of 10, 2014.
Ganti entry landelayo yona ke ithi 950 0950 10 to 10 ekseni usuka khona lapha ne office ubuyela Vosloorus LCRC nge 10 ithi 1237/10 2014.
And then the next one is at 10:25. It says arrival at the scene with Lieutenant Matebula.
Landelayo ke i-entry yona ethi 25 minutes past 10 ekseni 10:25 usho khona ukuthi ukufika endaweni yesigameko eno Lieutenant Matebula.
And then the next one, it is at 13:20. It reads departure from the scene.
Landelayo ethi 13:20 20 past 1 emini ukusuka endaweni yesigameko.
And then the last entry on that page 2 is 14:30, arrival at the office.
Landelayo yona ke ethi 14:30 kanti ukufika kwakhe e-office.
Yes. Just identify the next exhibit on page 2.
The next exhibit is exhibit C5.
Kanti ingxenye yobufakazi enye landelayo ethi C5.
That will be the vehicle register.
Kanti leyo ke kuyi-register yemoto okanye i-vehicle register.
The vehicle register it works like this. There are spaces that you must fill on top regarding the type of a vehicle.
Kanti ke sebenza ngalendlela ke le register kukhona ke la kumele uzogcwalisa khona imininingwane emayelana naleyo moto ezosetshenziswa.
Including the station where you are working and then the year and the page numbers.
I-station ozosebenza kuso unyaka namakhasi okanye page number.
And then it will be followed by the date and the description, date and time, kilometers, and the description of the nature of trip that you will be undertaking. I will read from the top.
Kanti ke nalawo wona lawo ma column we date isikhathi nokuthi ke ama kilometers alapho emotweni odometer athini.
So on that day, this is a vehicle that shows he was using on that day, on the 26th of October 2014.
Shuthi imininingwane emayelana nemoto ebeyisebenzisa nge-26 zika-October 2014.
The type of a vehicle was a Renault Fluence.
kanti ke uhlobo lwemoto abelisebenzisa bekuyi Renault Fluence.
And then the SAP number of that vehicle was BSP 528B.
Kanti ke i-SAPS number yakhona leyo moto yayithi BSP 528B.
And then the station and code is, the code is 06830 at Springs.
Kanti ke i-station necode isithi 06830 i-station sakhona i-station sase Springs.
And then in use by, that is the section that is using that type of vehicle, it's a fingerprint and photos.
Kanti ke le section elandayo le ngxenye ke yala kubhalwe khona kuthiwa ke i-use by okanye isetshenziswe mhlawumbe ngubani or ngasiphi isizathu ithi fingerprint neyithombe.
And then on the right, on that same line, it will say the month. The month was October 2014.
Kanti inyanga nonyaka October 2014.
And then the page was page 14 of that vehicle register.
Kanti le vehicle register page lakhona belithi page number 14.
And the unit is LCRC.
Kanti unit iyo leyo LCRC.
And then the first entry on that register, it reads as follows. Starting from the extreme left, it's a date, 2014, 2014/10/26. And then the time, it was 12 o'clock. The kilometer reading was 109,737. And then it,
Is it not
oh, sorry,
773?
let me read again. The kilometer reading is 109,773. And then destination and nature of service, it reads, departure from home to Reicher Park, LCRC number 1264 of 1014, and then back to Katlehong for standby.
Kanti ke lana kubhalwe ukuthi nge 26 entry lena ethi 26 October 2014 kanti isikhathi besithi 12 o'clock 1200 12 o'clock. Kanti ke i-odometer reading ngamanye amazwi imoto ibe namaphi ama-kilometers ngaleso sikhathi abethi 109,773. Ube suka kanti isizathu okanye ukuhamba kwakhe ube yakuphi iyasho ke ukuhamba ukusuka endlini ekhaya ukuya khona laphana eReicher Park LCRC inamba yaleyo LCRC ithi 1264/10/14 wase ke uphinde futhi ukubuyela eKatlehong ukuze ke ayoba ku standby.
And then he signed for that booking out of vehicle on the next column. And then after that, it's a date when he booked back the vehicle on the date 2014/10/26 at 13:20.
Kanti enye ikholume elandelayo kula esayinela khona ke le moto ngekathi ebhuka i-date elandelayo iyasho ukuthi i-26 ka-October 2014 kanti isikhathi 1:20 emini 13:20 ngamanye amazwi.
And then the kilometer reading was 109,882. I cannot read the last number correctly, I'm not sure. It looks like 1, but I'm not sure because it's, yeah, it looks like 1, but I'm not sure.
Kanti ke ikholume elandelayo ibonisa ama-kilometers ukuthi abe ungakhi ke ngenkathi sefika ngo-1:20 abethi 109,821 nanoma ke le number yokugcina ke ingabonakali kahle ukuthi u1 noma yini kodwa ngizothi 1.
And then there's a kilometer traveled there is 48, and then he also signed for booking in back the vehicle, and then he booked it again if I can clarify, the last column is receiving the key. So if you are having the vehicle yourself for standby, you sign for the keys. But if you are not using it, you hand in the keys to the person to the fleet manager.
Ganti ke ama-kilometers ayasho ke ama-kilometers awu-48 awahambile emva kwalokho ke wase ke uyasayina futhi khona lapho uma ke ekhona ukushiya ikey uyakwazi ukuthi ashiye ikey khona lapho zemoto.
And then the next entry, it was on the same day, on the 26th of October 2014. The time, it was 23:30. And then the kilometer reading of the vehicle reads 109821, and then departure from home to Don Park, LCRC 1263 of 10/2014. Can I read all? And then and to Vosloorus, LCRC 1237, stroke 10, stroke 2014, and proceeded to Vosloorus, LCRC, he did not mention the LCRC number, and then stroke 10, stroke 2024, sorry, to stroke 2014. Then to 1500 Muleleki Street, extension 1, Katlehong, for standby duties.
Ganti ke entry landelayo iyo le yange 26 zika October 2014 isikhathi sithi 23:30 11:30 ebusuku. Ganti ke odometer reading imoto yayinama kilometers awungaki ngaleso sikhathi athi 109821 ukusuka khona lapha ekhaya eDon Park, ukusuka ekhaya ukuya eDon Park. LCRC number yalapho ke ethi 1263/10/2014 nase Vosloorus LCRC LCRC number yakhona ethi 1237/10/2014 ngase ke ngiyaxuka ngiya Vosloorus LCRC yakhona kanti akazange afake LCRC number wavele de wathi /10/2014 emva kwalokho ke waqhubeka waya eMleleki number 1500 extension 1 eKatlehong ukuze ke azoba ku standby.
And then he also booked the vehicle back at, he signed for it and then booked it back at on the 27th of 10/2014 at 03:10. That is the time 03:10, and the kilometer reading 109882.
Ganti ke waphinde wayiphindisela futhi imoto e-station nge-27 zika October 2014 isikhathi sasithi 3:10 ekseni 0310. Ganti ke ama-kilometers ngaleso sikhathi abesehamba laphayana ku-109882.
And then the kilometers traveled was 61.
Uyakusho lokho ukuthi ama-kilometers awahamba kwaba ama-kilometers awu-61.
And then he booked again the vehicle in the morning at 7 o'clock on the 27th of October 2014 with kilometer reading 109882, and then departure from home to the office. And then he signed for it, and then he arrived at the office at 7:30. On the 27th at 7:30 with kilometer reading 109925, and kilometers traveled 43, and then he signed for it.
Kanti enye entry yenziwa futhi nge-27 zika October 2014 ngo-7 o'clock kanti ama-kilometers abethi 109882 i-odometer reading yakhona. Wasuka ekhaya ukuye ofisini wasayina-ke emva kwalokho wafika ke nge-27 zika October 2014 isikhathi sibukeka ngathi lana kubhalwe 7:30 ngazothi 7 or 7:30 kanti ama-kilometers abese efundeka ngalendlela ku-109925 ehambe ama-kilometers awu-43 wasayina futhi ke ukuvala usuku.
And then the last signature there on the extreme right, it was another person who was taking that vehicle, which looks like it was a warrant officer Schwarzer. Then that is the end of the entry for this.
Kanti wasayina
Vehicle
lapho
register.
ngazuthi warrant officer Shwacha.
There's another entry there, the last entry, but it appears it was... What is the status of that entry?
The last entry was cancelled. There was a line drawn on it, it was cancelled.
Kanti ke njengoba kubuka ngazuthi khona i-entry yabhalwa laphayana i-canceliwe ngoba kukhona umugqa nje phezukwayo. Lokho kubonisa ke ukuthi leyo entry ya cancelwa.
Yes.
And then the next exhibit is Exhibit C6.
Ingxenye yobufakazi elandelayo i-exhibit C6.
This one is what we call plan register.
Kanti lena ke siyibiza i-plan register.
Or sometimes we know it better as SAP 243.
Kanti kwesinye isikhathi siyibiza
SAPS 243.
SAPS 243.
This is the register where we register cases that are photographic only. We register only photographic cases only.
Manje lana ku la sifaka khona ke amacala ongazothi abucayi nje la.
Only photographic cases. And then the first one on top there, it's the first number on the extreme left is a LCRC number.
Your Lordship, my apologies. If I may just, for the sake of the interpretation to the accused persons, if I may just find out from him when he says photographic cases, what does he mean actually? So that I can interpret it properly.
We at the office we have got two main activities. That is photographic and fingerprint.
As in photos?
Photos, yes.
Oh. Thank you, my lord. Usho khona ke ukuthi laphayana ke kukhona amaqala amayelana ke nokuthathwa kweminwe kanti khona amaqala amayelana ke nokuthathwa kwezithombe kanti ke lana ke kubhalwe icala elimayelana ke nokuthathwa kwezithombe.
Sorry. Lieutenant, this in plan register, right?
Yes, my lord.
It mentions the cases. Am I correct?
Yes, my lord.
For instance, if you start at 1237, right?
Yes, my lord.
This 3871, what is it?
3871, it's a PR register.
Right?
During that time, now it's no longer applicable. At that time, we used to have PR register.
Okay, and then it says Vosloorus murder. That probably is something which we are busy with, is that not so? Because
That's correct. This is the same
about
case.
the Vosloorus murder, and then it says 13511 Kutlwano Street, section, whatever. Okay,
Yeah, that's the same case, my lord.
that's it. Now, if you come to 1205, we can see that it's a case from Itwatwa police station, is that not so?
That's correct, my lord.
So it has no relevance to us here, except that it has relevance in as far as Musia said he had to do some other work.
Yes.
So at 1205, according to this, he was doing work in connection with Itwatwa, which is...
No, it's not. This one, it was not done by him.
Oh, it was actually all the
Yeah,
best.
all the cases, irrespective of who did it, are registered in this one. The ones that were done by him are on the next, the third page from this one.
Okay, fine. So Itwatwa, let's go down. Boxbeck,
Yes.
Inoni, Petfontein, those are not Musia's cases.
They are not Musia's cases.
Right? As you say, we go to the next page. What happens in the next page?
The next page is an extension of that first page. What happened? The plan register. It's when you book from this page and it extends to the other page.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm explaining it. When you open it wide like this,
Yeah.
you book it across
Okay,
the two
fine.
pages. Yeah, it have got columns
Okay.
that extend to
It
the next
extends
page.
from the total
From-
story, Boxback, etc.
Yes.
All right. So we go to the next page because that has got nothing with Warrant Officer Musia. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
So we go to right to 12:55. Time. Oh, LRC.
We must go to the one that reads 1263, LCRC 1263.
12:63. Where is it?
On the third page from that one.
On the third page. Okay.
Page 5, if it's not correct.
Page.
Page 5.
Mine is page 5.
Yes, but before we proceed to page 5, what stands on page 4?
On page 4, like I said, is the extension of page 1.
Yes, just put it-
Page 3 is the extension of page 3. So what is there is the forensic exhibit that were collected at that Vosloorus case, that murder case.
Yes, we're going to put that on record.
Yes, just put that on record.
Okay. If we see where it's written forensic on top there,
Yeah.
underneath that column type of examination, it reads 12 multiplied by evidence swabs.
Right.
And then he also collected a head,
Right.
and then I cannot see clearly whether it's 1 or 4, that number, 1 or 4 multiplied by bullet jacket,
Right.
and then 1 multiplied by bullet core.
Okay.
And then when you go to the left, to the right on that column, there is photography on top.
Right.
There is a signature where somebody received that received docket.
Okay.
So this docket was received by a certain Colonel Matiza
Matiza. Okay.
on 2014-11-06. That
Okay.
will be 6 November 2014.
All right.
And then, okay, and then there's a signature. This is the other one is the signature of the member when he booked in the docket.
Okay.
Yes, but the name, just above Matiza, the name there, what is the name that appears there?
It's Musia, Constable Musia. This is when he booked the case himself.
khona kuvelelayo khona lana kanti kuyaqhubeka kuleli khasi kuya kuleli khasi page number 3 kufika ku page number 4 I case lena yakhona it 1 2 3 7 kune column 83871 nge-27 zika October 2014 indawo lapho kuthiwa Vosloorus kanti ke icala lemeda lelike liyaqhubeka ku page number 4 ngaphansi kwama forensics kukhona nje icolumn ethi type of examination ngamanye amazwi ke uhlobo lokuhlola bese kubhalwa lana ke ama evidence swab awu 12 kanti kwabhalwa nesigqoko kwabhalwa ke ne bullet jacket kwabhalwa ne bullet core khona ke osayinile owesiphoyisa khona lapha yana ukuthi yena uyitholile le docket lena omnye okuthiwa uKennel Matiza nge-6 zika November 2014 phezu kwaMatiza khona Matiza kukhona igama elivelelayo lapho elithi Constable Musia.
Okay.
Yes, then the next page, page 5, just refer only to those that, the entries that pertains to Warrant Officer Musia.
Yes. On page 5 of that plan register, the last 2 cases, those were done by Musia. It's LCRC 1263 That was the PR number. By then, that will be 3869. The date was 2014/10/26. The station was Don Park. LCRC, so case number is not written, but /10/2014, it was supposed to be a case number there. And then charge was business robbery. At number 251 Lutando Street, extension 10 Mapleton.
Kanti-ke kukhona ama-entry alandelayo amayelana naye-ke uBaba Msiya. Kanti eyokuqala i-LCRC number yakhona ethi 1263, EPR number yakhona ethi 3869. Isikhathi nedate kwathiwa 26 zika-October 2014. Yathi-ke indawo station i-Don Park. I-case number yakhona-ke ayibhalwanga-ke yona, kodwa-ke ithe /10 2014. Kanti icala kwaba yilelu le business robbery okanye ukuphangwa kwe business khona laphayana indawo yesigameko oku 251 Lutando Street extension 10 and Mapleton.
Yeah, before I go to the next one, that entry extend to page 6.
Right.
Second column from the bottom. On the extreme right, that's where he put his name to say he's the one booking those, what he calls. And then there is also a date, 15/04/15. That will be the date that docket was closed, and the signature of the officer who closed that docket.
Kanti lokho kuyaqhubeka-ke imininingwane ukusuka ku page number 5 ukuya ku page number 6 ukucobekisela lona leyo cala-ke okanye leyo mininingwane mayelana nelo cala lase-Mapleton ukuthiwa-ke uConstable Msiya kwaba-ke igama lelunga kunekhulumo efuna lelo gama kanti idate eyavalwa ngayo leyo docket ithi 15 April 2015 owavala leyo docket naye uyasayina ngale.
And then the next entry on page 5 is LCRC 1268, PR number 3870. The date was 2014/10/27. And then there are times that I also written there as 2320, 0230, 0240. And then the station was Vosloorus, case number not written, but it was October 2014. The charge was arson. And then the address was 11507 in Delangozi Street, extension 14, Vosloorus.
Okay.
And then that entry extends on the next page, the bottom entry there on page 6. Constable Msiya is the one who did the case, as his name appears there. And then it was closed on the 22nd of December 2014. Signature of the officer who closed that case.
Kanti elinye icala elilandelayo i-LCRC number yakhona ethi 1268, EPR number yakhona ethi 3870. Kanti-ke i-date nesikhathi kuthiwa i-27 zika-October 2014. Iy'nkathi ey'bhalelana zithi 20:11 ebusuku, 23:20, 02:30, 02:40. Shuti-ke 22:03 ekseni. I-station i-Vosloorus kanti i-cast number ayifakwanga la kodwa-ke yango-October 2014. Icala esebenzana nalo icala lokushiswa kwesakhiwo okanye arson. Kanti-ke lokho kwenzeke khona lapha number 11507 iDelangozi Street extension 14 eVosloorus. Yaqhubeka ukuthi yena lona uConstable Msiya kwakuyilona ilunga elalisebenzana naleli cala kanti leli cala lavalwa okanye idocket yavalwa nge-22 zika December 2014 lase liyasayinelwa.
If you can just deal with the last exhibit, the case register.
Yes, the last exhibit, the case register, also known as SAP 219. This is the register where we register all cases irrespective of its fingerprint or photography cases. All the cases are registered on this register. That will be-
Le cases i-register esizomenza ngayo ukuthi mhlambe amacala amayelana ke nezithombe noma amacala amayelana ke nokuthathwa kweminwe wonke lawo macala afakwa kule register lena okuyi SAPS 219.
It's Exhibit C7.
Ithi Exhibit C7.
And then on the extreme left, it will be the serial number first. On column, the first column, it will be the serial number. On top, there is another case which have got nothing to do with Musia. The second case is the one that Musia attended. Is LCRC 1237 of 10/2014. It reads also the time there, the date and time is 27 of 10. Time it was 0020, that is 20 past 12 during the night. And then name and address of the complainant. On that column where they say name and address of the complainant is Brigadier Ndlovu, written as the complainant. Where the address is 13511 Kutwanung Street, extension 11. And then the next column, it's a charge or offense, it's written murder. And then station is Vosloorus case 636 of 10/2014. And then it was reported to the LCRC by this side, I will assume is Brigadier Ndlovu, is written just Ndlovu here. I will assume is Brigadier Ndlovu. And then it was the fingerprint expert, there is Musia. And then date and time of investigation is 0020. And then the next column, the scene investigated, is written scene, chemical, and then soccer player is written there. And then the next column where they say prints found, yes or no, and then there's a P there. That P represent that the fingerprints were positive. In other words, there were fingerprints found at the scene. When they say P, it means fingerprints were found at the scene. And then
kanti ke okulandelayo yilokho ke okunamakholumo ambalwa. Ikholumo lokuqala lithi serial number, kanti ke entry yesibili kulelo khasi le phezulu akusilone iqala elihambelana naye ubaba uMsiya ke lena. Elimayelana nobaba uMsiya ilelo ke elithi 1237/10. Kanti ke i-date nesikhathi ithi 27 October 2014, kanti ke isikhathi sithi 20 past 12 ebusuku okanye 0020. I-complainant esikhuluma ngayo lana ke ofakele licala uBrigadier Ndlovu, i-address ithi 13511 Kutwanung extension 11. Kanti ke icala okukhulunywa ngalo kanye okusetshenzwa ngalo icala lokubulala murder. I-station i-Vosloorus, kanti ke i-cars LCRC number yakhona ithi all cars, i-case number yakhona ithi 636/10/2014. Kanti ke i-reportwe uNdlovu, ngizothatha ukuthi ke lo Ndlovu okhulunywa ngayo nguye lona uBrigadier Ndlovu. I-fingerprint expert kubhalwe ukuthi Msiya, kanti i-date nesikhathi soku-investigate leqala kubhalwe 27 October, isikhathi sithi 20 past 12 ebusuku 0020. Indawo yesigameko eyayiphenywa kubhalwe nje isigameko kanye indawo yesigameko kwase kuthiwa chemical. Emva kwalokho kwabhalwa khona ke umdlali webhola wesoccer kanye soccer player. Lana ke kukhona la imiphumela yokuthathwa kwama fingerprints. Kukhona ke le letter ethi P, kusho khona ke ukuthi kwatholakala ke iminwe khona lapho mabathatha iminwe.
Yes, and that other column, prints identified as those of, just put that on record.
Prints identified as, yeah, it was at that time no elimination.
Should we get,
It was written no elimination.
go balwe no elimination gelana?
Yeah, in other words, from the scene, when he comes back from the scene, at the scene of crime, he did not take any fingerprints. If I can just clarify that, because normally when we're at the crime scene and then you suspect maybe the complainant's fingerprints, we take the complainant's fingerprints to see if it's not the complainant's fingerprint or anybody who stays in that house. So in this case, when he say no elimination prints were taken from the house, from the people who were in the house.
Ngamanye amazwi leli gama ke lithi no elimination, ngamanye amazwi ukukhishwa kwabantu abathize ukuze ke bangabi yingxenye yophenyo uma ngabe abasolwa mhlawumbe sebenziwe, kodwa ke lana kuthiwa ke laba abasendlini ngamanye amazwi azange kuthathwe iminwe yabo ukuze bakwazi ukuthi bakhishwe.
This is the matter at hand, the one that the court is busy with, the one that you've just placed on record. It's 1237 of
Yes,
entry
that is
1237.
Yeah, that's correct. This is the matter on hand. This is the,
Yes.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ke yilo lelicala esisebenza ngalo manje okanye leli elisenkantolo manje i1237.
Malota, there are only 2 entries left if on
Yeah,
page
no, let's
8.
do them.
If we finish.
and then the next entries is 3. They are not Musia's cases on this page. On the next page,
Manje ama case awu3 akusona ama case kaMsiya.
on the next page, the cases that deals with Musia is, the first one is 1263.
Kulama kule page elandelayo
LCRC 1263 on the extreme right. Sorry, extreme left.
elmayelana noMsiya licala lithi 1263.
That one was on the 26th of October 2014, time 22:10, that is 10 past 10 in the evening. And then on the next column, the name of the complainant or the person who has reported the case is Captain Nkosi, at number 251 Lutando Street, extension 10 Mapleton. And then the next column is offense or charge, that is business robbery. And then station is Don Park, case number 262. And then, that is Mkasi, not Nkosi, I think. The person who reported the case is Mkasi. Sorry for the Nkosi that I mentioned, is Mkasi. And then the next column, it was assigned the fingerprint expert is Musia. And then the next column, where they say date and time of investigation, it was on the 26th of October. The time is 23:05. That is 5 past 11 in the night. And then the scene was investigated by Musia, like I said, and then fingerprint was negative.
Kanti ke leyo number lo ethi 1263 yange 26 zika October isikhathi esi 10 past 10 ebusuku. Captain Mkasi nguye ke umuntu okwakuyena owaye complainant khona laphana we address 251 Lutando extension 10 Mapleton. Icala yilo le business robbery. E station khona laphayana
Don Park.
Don Park. Kanti umuntu o reporte lelicala nguye lona uMkasi. I-fingerprint expert okangongoti weminwe nguye uMsiya. I-date nesikhathi sokuphenya kwaleli cala ethi 26 October, isikhathi sithi 23:05. ngaphansi kwekholumu ethi scene investigated kubhalwe nje scene ngamanye amazwi nje indawo yesigameko kanti imiphumela emalana ke nokuthathwa kweminwe ethi N okusho khona ke ukuthi ayivumelani futhi negative.
And then the last entry from SIA, it's LCRC 1264 on the 26th of October 2014. The time, it's 12 o'clock. This is during the day, according to that time. 12 o'clock during the day. The complainant is Imadumeta at Delmo train station. And then the offense there, it was an inquest. And then the station is Reicher Park, case number 279. And then complainant or person who reported is Madumeta. The fingerprint or photograph was Musia. And then the next entry, there's just written photos. It was just a photo case only. There were no fingerprints.
Elandelayo emalanayo naye umsiya ethi 1264/10 nge-26 zika October isikhathi to 12 o'clock emini oyena ke obe mangala lapho uye uE Madumeta eDelmo train station kanti ke icala le inquest leli khona laphana eReicher Park umuntu ke okuyena o reported icala uMadumeta and then lo thathiminwe ke umusiya kanti ngaphansi kwe scene investigated okanye ukuphenywa kwendawo yesigameko kubhalwe nje photos okanye izithombe.
Thank you. Is that all?
That's all, my lord.
Thank you for your assistance. Thank you, Madam.
Thanks ever so much. Obviously, this information in the registers and in the pocket book, the branch commander, you have branch commanders there, or unit commanders.
Yes, my lord.
They will inspect dockets and compare the entries to verify that it's correct what you have annotated here.
Yes, my lord.
Thanks ever so much.
Yebo ma-branch commander khona khona laphana bakwazi ukuthathanisa ke amadokete nakho konke okuqukethwe idokete.
Okay, you're excused, sir. Yes, Mr. Balui.
We adjourn until tomorrow morning.
Okay. Yeah, fine. I see you guys are whispering. What are you whispering about?
Well, I was just asking Mr. Munisi that if it's a court witness, aren't we supposed to put questions to him, not regarding the contents, because I see the vehicle register doesn't cover the scenes of robbery and arson, but I mean, we leave it at that.
That's the information of Musia.
Yes.
He knows nothing about it, because he's just doing this court a favor by bringing the registers, the pocket books, and then
No,
he
I
reads.
was also referring to just the second page of the register to see whether the vehicle register doesn't capture the two trips to the arson and the robbery, but it's neither here nor there, my lord. For my
This is robbery and the arson.
Yes.
They've got nothing to do with
Yeah, it's got
this.
nothing to do with us, yes.
Okay, thanks. Lieutenant, oh, you're Lieutenant, no? Lieutenant Colonel.
My lord, yes.
Thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
Okay, tomorrow.